Nicolás Maduro and his wife just a few days ago, looking relaxed and smiling.
Un acuerdo de combate contra el narcotráfico, estamos listos.
He tells his interviewer he's open to closer cooperation with Donald Trump. He has now, it seems, been deposed and is on his way to an uncertain fate.
Not war, just peace, forever, forever, forever.
Whatever the future brings, Nicolás Maduro may be remembered most for pictures like these. A leader who danced as Venezuela's economy sank deeper and American warships advanced on his country.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace, forever, forever, forever. Peace forever.
His brazen swagger was with him till the end, here a few months ago claiming he was bigger than Taylor Swift.
Soy más famoso que Taylor Swift en Estados Unidos ahorita.
But Nicolás Maduro will go down in history as the man who took a nation with enormous oil wealth and potential and left it ruined. For much of his life, though, he was in the shadow of this man, revolutionary socialist firebrand Hugo Chavez, who upturned Venezuela with radical changes in the early 2000s, nationalizing its oil industry and reducing poverty. Before Chavez died, he made Maduro his successor. But Nicolás Maduro had none of his mentor's charisma or popularity. He was despised by many in Venezuela's elites as a poor substitute. To maintain power, he would rely more and more not on competence, but repression. And his policies were disastrous for the economy. In elections in 2015, Maduro lost his majority in parliament, but he refused to stand down. In 2016, Maduro's fortunes took a turn for the worse, when the man who had become his nemesis was elected US president. Donald Trump imposed swingeing sanctions. The Venezuelan economy went from bad to catastrophic. 7 million people would flee its collapse. In widespread protests in 2017, more than 100 people died. Opposition groups claim thousands were also killed by the secret police and in jails. But Nicolás Maduro appeared unmoved. Even after this, an attempt on his life with exploding drones in 2018 blamed on rogue elements inside the country. Behind the scenes, opponents were plotting, hoping for his downfall, led by this man, Juan Guaido, who declared Maduro illegitimate and himself acting president instead. He was recognized by the US and others around the world. The Maduro regime reacted furiously, running down protesters and shooting at them in the streets. Guaido believed mistakenly he had enough support to remove Maduro from power. But a coup attempt that looked close to toppling Maduro ended in failure. The unpopular dictator clung on. His fortunes turned again, thanks to events halfway around the world, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. When the West stopped buying Russian oil, it turned to Venezuela and its vast reserves instead. Maduro was allowed back in out of the cold. That may have emboldened him to pull off one of the biggest election frauds in Latin American history. In elections in 2024, the opposition is thought by most observers to have won a landslide, but Maduro again refused to give up power, declaring victory unconvincingly. Then, in America, Donald Trump was re-elected. He branded Maduro a narco-terrorist and sent a seventh of America's Navy to threaten him, the latest of America's neighbors to face the belligerence of Donald Trump.
It's just Venezuela. It has started with Panama, then with Canada, then with Greenland. It seems that President Trump, although he appears to be a pacifist, at least at the Western Hemisphere, he has a very, let's say, peculiar understanding of the role of the United States as a kind of overlord of the area.
Trump's campaign against Maduro has been unrelenting. A massive naval build-up aimed at first at Venezuela's narco-trafficking operations. At least 30 small boats destroyed, allegedly for drug running, but with little evidence to prove the claims. Then oil tankers were seized, accused of breaking international sanctions. There was little doubt, though, the bigger prize was regime change. Donald Trump's rhetoric against the Maduro government showed no let-up.
We consider Venezuela to be not a very friendly country. They sent millions of people, really, and probably a number in excess of that. And a lot of those people shouldn't be in our country, from jails, from gangs, from drug dealers, from all of the people that came into our country shouldn't have been in our country, causing a lot of problems.
Does your warning...
and drugs.
The coming hours and days will be crucial for Venezuela wherever they lead. Maduro's years of rampant kleptocracy leave the country racked with massive economic inequality. Its resources robbed, its institutions dismantled. Whoever takes his place faces an enormous challenge, putting Venezuela back on the road to recovery. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News.
We begin tonight with party politics. The former Labour Party presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, has defected to the African Democratic Congress, the ADC. According to Mr. Obi, the defection demonstrates his commitment to a unified Nigeria and quality leadership. Speaking during a political press conference organized to announce his defection in Enugu State, Mr. Obi says that he is optimistic that the ADC government will address insecurity, corruption, overtaxation, poverty, and create wealth among the teeming Nigerian population. The events brought together the leaders of the party across the nation, including former Senate President David Mark, Enyinaya Baribe, Aminu Tambuwal, former governors from Southeast, among other party faithful.
Today is the last day of 2025. So we are ending this year with a hope that in 2026 we will begin a journey of rescue of our country. For proper socio-economic development that will be unifying and inclusive. We have all watched those who benefited from our democracy sometimes now become accessories to destroying our democracy, either through coercion and gangsterism against the opposition. We cannot allow this to happen. We will resist it. We've now seen people who benefited in our democracy be part of celebrating electoral fraud publicly. And we are saying that those who are planning to rig an election in Nigeria come 2027, we will resist it by every means lawful and legitimate.
'26 is here. Ringing in the new year on vacation sounds like a good idea. That's what Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu did, but the timing is raising eyebrows back at home. He welcomed the new year in Europe. He left Lagos last week. The Presidency released the statements on Tinubu's end-of-year break. After vacationing in Europe, Tinubu will head to Abu Dhabi for an official trip. The UAE's President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan has invited Tinubu to participate in a summit. It is called Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. The summit is scheduled to take place in early January, and after wrapping up the summit, Tinubu is expected to be back in the country. But the timing of Tinubu's Europe trip couldn't be any worse. Right now, Nigeria is facing a double whammy. First is the country's economic crisis, and second is the security crisis. Let's break this down. Starting with the economy. New tax laws have gone into effect today. These include the 4 finance bills that were signed into law by Tinubu back in June. These reforms aim to restructure Nigeria's tax system. Tinubu has hailed the reforms as a once-in-a-generation reset. He said that the new laws would not raise taxes, but support a structural reset. But critics are not convinced. Under the new law, the value-added tax has been increased from 7.5% to 12.5%. Critics say this would worsen economic hardship in Africa's most populous country of more than 200 million people. And that's just one part of it. Opposition lawmakers had also called for a delay to the implementation of these reforms. They have accused Tinubu's government of unauthorised insertions in the gazetted laws. The opposition says those insertions were never approved by Parliament. Opposition lawmakers say that insertions would grant sweeping powers to tax authorities. While there is so much happening in the country, Tinubu is vacationing in Europe. Now let's talk about the security crisis. Islamic State terrorists and armed groups continue to spread fear and terror in the country. The recent US strikes on ISIS targets in Nigeria are also under scrutiny. Their impact and the accuracy of the strikes is being questioned. Ordinary Nigerians are still dealing with the fallout of that US operation. Usually, in times of such crises, leaders cut short their official and personal trips. But President Tinubu's priorities seem different. The opposition has slammed Tinubu for his ill-timed vacation, calling it insensitive. Millions of Nigerians are grappling with rising costs and deepening poverty. There's already a lot of chatter and controversy around these new tax laws. People's trust in the government seems to be fading at an alarming pace. Nigeria's security woes are far from over, but President Tinubu is abroad. I'm bothered and unfazed by the chaos.
The world doesn't fit in boxes, so why should your news?
His spokesperson put up a statement the other day, a New Year message to Nigerians in terms of what to expect. So those who were expecting a broadcast, your hopes were dashed. But he did have that, he said he hopes to be a beginning of a more robust phase of economic growth in his New Year goodwill message to Nigerians. He talked about the economy, the progress they've made in the economy, how from that perspective, the inflationary figures, they say, have appreciated. Talking about the agri sector, how they also intend to continue in that light and ensure that we have a lot more progress. Many view that statement from different perspectives. So let's get your broad perspective of what you make of that statement in connection with the reality on ground.
Well, the government of Tinubu cannot cease to continue to surprise me. Each time I think they've reached the limit of incompetence, they still blow that limit. First of all, that topic, 2026, marks the beginning of a more robust phase of economic growth. I was offended by that phrase, the beginning. Almost 3 years into the regime of a government, is coming out openly to say he has not begun. The beginning to begin. And obviously it's an admission of failure because he has actually not begun anything. You saw how he embarrassed the world by saying that inflation has come down to 15%. Let me state that clearly. That's a white lie. Before Tinubu came in, the highest he could pay for flight ticket from Abuja to Enugu, give it even 50,000. So we were paying 25,000, that's something thousand. 15% means that you will just pay like about 57,500 naira. But going to Enugu, I paid 250,000 naira flight ticket. That's almost more than 500% increase in inflation. And the president is sitting down in a New Year message telling Nigerians about the rebased fraudulent inflation figure, that it is 15%. It's embarrassing and very annoying. The best this government can even do is to speak the truth. And they say if you lie on a new year, on the first day of the year, you will lie throughout the year. That was what we were told when we were growing up. So I expect that this president is going to, and this government is going to lie throughout the year. Now, look at the speech. Let's talk about the security. In Plateau State, they were preparing for crossover, only to be attacked by terrorists. 8 persons confirmed dead. Of course, there will be more. They will never cross over to any other new year in their lives. More than 8 families are grieving now because of a government which, even with the help of foreign country, can still not do anything about insecurity. And the annoying thing is that they say this was after security report has reported that they were going to attack. In the southwest, the son of a traditional ruler was kidnapped. In Nasarawa, people went into where they were doing wedding and kidnapped and killed people. Security is still very much, insecurity is still very much with us. So what is he celebrating the new year? And I'm sure he is staying in one hotel in one European country, frolicking with the foreign presidents and coming to speak from there.
Well, we don't know what
his
he's
speech is
doing.
as alien as where he is now.
We understand that he's supposed to go for
Let me
a
go
summit
on and tell you
in UAE.
how this government has become destructive.
Yeah, before that,
Nigerians.
about security.
Night or yesterday evening, while we were having the state banquet, I did mention to you that we have every reason to move on to ensure that the lost grounds are regained. So what we're doing this morning, or let's say this afternoon, is bringing in some persons on board to ensure that the wheel of governance continue to roll smoothly in our state. I believe that these appointees they're not new faces. They've been with us, they worked with us, they understand the philosophy of this administration, and it won't be a problem following and ensuring that our goals are achieved. So my charge is not much, because you already know what you have come to do. It is not pleasure, it is work. And every one of you here that have been assigned some responsibility in time past have always proven yourself. I'm very sure that this time around it won't be different. So let me congratulate you for finding your name in the list, in the midst of millions, is a rare opportunity. Don't let us down. We will start to work for Rivers people. Our agreement, our social agreement with the Rivers people is to work. And that work, it is what you have come to do. So I wish you well in your appointment. God will guide you, and the rest is with you. Thank you, and may God bless everyone.
We're not. We're not. So I want to assure you here that we're working together. There's nothing like party here. It is Renewed Hope family. Renewed Hope what? Family. If you're not a member of this family, we'll face you in the field. Yes. If you are not a member of this family, original member, not fake one, we'll face you in the battle. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait, be one. So let nobody bother himself. Let nobody bother himself. We will do what we know how to do. There will still nothing yet. By the time we finish, they will better go and rest. Because
I was hearing somebody say, oh, those who work for Atiku have joined them. You work for Atiku, you couldn't give Atiku 10%. So what is the political relevance? You cannot. You cannot. These are the foot soldiers here. Yeah. We will do what we know best at the appropriate time. We will come back, sit down with you, and see what you feel, what is your own thinking. Amen. And then we can move forward. So don't say I didn't tell you. I've told you that mistake we made in 2023, we shall correct it for the betterment of everybody. So I know where I have gone. I'm not going to see any king or chief. But today, I'll go and see my friend. I'm a member for Kochiri. I know he's a traditional ruler, but I'll go and see him today. Because we have been friends. People should remember things. I was the one who opened the gate. I made the Honorable of Ogoloma first class. Yes, very well. I made the Honorable of second class. Honorable of Ogu. There are 8 even Koniju. I did. So people don't understand. This was what no governor could try. But I said I would do it. Yes. And I did it. Yes. Did it have to come down? No. Did it have to come down? No. Yeah. So, we are taking decision, no going back as far as Tinubu is concerned. The other one, well, no way. No way. No way. Because if we make another mistake, then go and bury yourself politically. I will not allow myself to be buried. I will not allow that mistake again. So, everybody should know. We have taken a decision and we have taken a decision. So I thank you for coming out. The people of what you can say, I'm happy with you. And God will continue to bless you. Thank your daughter. Thank your daughter, Linda. You see, how you know people is when there's crisis. You know how strong they are. Not people, when the storm comes, they begin to move this way or that way. She has stood firm. Look at what she does in the State Assembly. Linda, I thank you. Continue to be firm. Continue to show character. Leave those who don't have character. They will pay for it. If you don't have character, you will pay for it. So I thank you very much. Happy New Year and God bless you.
Welcome to tomorrow's news studio on Guardian TV. Here are the top stories coming your way on January 2nd, 2025. In the national news, 2026 ushers in stronger economic growth, says Tinubu. Be generous. Giving brings abundance, says First Lady Tinubu. Wike, others want to destroy my name, integrity, says Bauchi Governor. Face your problems, leave me alone, Wike slams Bauchi Governor. Ekiti 2026, PDP governorship candidate alleges APC plot over the Independent National Electoral Commission omission. Akpabio asks his lawyers to withdraw defamation suit against Natasha Akpoti. Ayedatiwa pardons 77 inmates.
Don't come cheap carry am. See am. Nobody go carry am. Nobody go carry am. They don't carry am. No, say next time. I beg, shift so that. As you can see, this is live video. This is live video. Anthony Joshua. Anthony. Yes, very important. Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua.
Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me, and everyone. Not only gentlemen, there are gentlewomen and gentle trans out there that have joined us. I appreciate you all, and hope you are having a good year so far. It's been a new year and quite eventful year, and this is just the third of January, and yeah, a list of things have already happened. From Anthony Joshua's accident to Trump deciding that it's time to capture Maduro and take him to the US to be tried for being a drug lord. So that is going to be interesting for us to talk about, and for us to examine to see what is going on here, because this may actually test the American justice system that people like to, some of our people like to say that it's quite, logical system that actually works and all the rest. So we'll see how the guy with one of the largest oil reserve can be a drug dealer. How that is going to happen, we are going to see whether there is true justice in this world. Because it's going to be quite embarrassing. You arrest him, take him to America, go and try him, you find out that he's innocent. Then what do? You return him to the country. You've already removed him from office. So that will be interesting to observe what is going to happen on that front. And if anything happens to him while all this is going on, that is murder. And there are consequences to these things. These things are not victimless situations, because that means China can decide that Taiwan is acting too much, and one of their presidents are a little bit shady, and then they just go and take Taiwan, and maybe decide to extend their reach and take something else that America likes in that region. What is America going to do then? Is that the world we are walking into, where everybody bullies everybody in their own hemisphere? Is that what is going to start happening? We're going to see. And I'm going to play a video that implies that this may be the case. And if this is the case, our cake, or whatever they call it, is baked. We are done. Because if the world has decided that they're going to strike a deal among themselves to split the world however they see fit, and then the rest will have to just take it. It means, what that basically means is that they've had another Berlin conference. The second Berlin conference 2.0 that I've always been scared of. That one scares me because now we are talking about equivalent of about 2 billion to almost 4 to 5 billion population oppression of the remaining groups. That is a powerful oppression. When Europeans were oppressing us, they were Europe. They were not that big. As a matter of fact, India outnumbered them and all the rest. So, but this time, if you have China, India, Russia, the entire NATO together, and maybe even Middle Eastern country ganging up against the rest, you can imagine that level of oppression, how long it's going to last, and whether we are ever going to crawl out of it. And this is the mistake many of our people make, thinking that this is a joke business. extremely dead serious. And it can get very, 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 very bad for a very, very, very long time. And if it starts happening, the only thing that can break it, I don't even know what can break it. Because the Europeans, the last time they had their Berlin conference, it didn't break. They fought themselves, but it didn't break their stranglehold. Their stranglehold still remained. Even if they fought themselves in the First World War and Second World War, their stranglehold remained. So if China and the other powers decide to do a Berlin Conference 2.0, we are in trouble here. Maybe that's what we are seeing with Maduro. Maybe that's why America felt confident enough to just go there and take out Maduro, knowing that China is just going to pretend as if they are condemning it. Because I read a statement from China and they were saying they condemned it very strongly, that it's very, very responsible and very serious and all the rest. But they never actually said, release him. You see how diplomats talk? They never actually said, release him. So this is how they also do with Israel. They will condemn, say all kinds of strong statements. Nothing really happened. The same thing with Iran. And I personally, if I'm the one advising Iran right now, I would tell them, if you know what is good for you, you better go nuclear. So that at least you will join the club of the oppressors instead of being the oppressed. Since our people choose they are not going to be the oppressors, or at least the not oppressed. It's our fate now. We become up the oppressed. I can't divorce myself from my people. I'm part of the black people, and whatever I do is not going to change that. So I'm stuck with it, and that is my fate too. That said, the conversation we're going to have here is going to also involve Nigeria. Wike and Fubara, they seem to have started their dance again for power. And Akpoti, it looks like Akpabio is tired of chasing that one, so he decided to withdraw the case against her. And Anthony Joshua's issue has also highlighted some serious systemic issues that we have in Nigeria. Not that the accident itself was necessarily the fault of the Nigerian road. As a matter of fact, a British reporter was saying there's nothing wrong with the road. This is a road that would be perfectly, fine in Western countries. So it's just it's the people that was the problem, not the road. And that is on Anthony Joshua. And some people are worried that he may not fight again, given the tragedy, this sad tragedy of what happened in Nigeria with the accident. And what else is on the news? Let's see. Netanyahu and his, recognizing Somaliland. I never really touched on that in terms of video. He chose to, man, this is just 3 days in this year, and already drama everywhere. He decided to go and recognize Somaliland, and that's going to be a problem, and that could lead to some serious war. I don't know whether his support of the Somaliland includes allowing some Ethiopia to have access to the sea. If that is the case, I think that is a good thing. Ethiopia needs to have access to the sea for Africa to start punching slightly, pulling heavier punch in that region. Can you imagine if Nigeria, with our 240 million population, we were landlocked, and the country that was the country that is landlocking us was just let me put it, Bayelsa. Bayelsa is the one locking us in. That won't seem right, is it? Like, how can you lock all these population inland when it's just a tiny land that is blocking them from having access to the sea? That is what I think. If that is what Netanyahu wants to do, if that is part of his ambition, I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. With these leaders, they have their dark sides. You can't judge them based on one issue. You have to also look at whether what they are doing is going to favor Africa. If it's going to favor Africa, I'm all for it. I don't have any issue with that. And what else? Which other news was not covered? I think I've covered everything actually. And Tinubu's, it is said, I didn't even know that. They said Tinubu actually celebrated his New Year's overseas. Okay, I hope we are happy now about that. Many of our people, I was a little bit taken aback when KJ said that Maduro should have negotiated with Trump and giving Trump what he wants so that he can settle himself and everything. But when he said that, I felt like, okay, but that means you should be okay with Tinubu settling with the Trump everything he wants. And if that settling means that he sells Nigeria away, if that is the case, and Nigeria will be suffering for generations to come, you have to think about what you're asking for here. Because you have to be consistent. If you are saying Maduro should do it, then why should Tinubu not do the same? You can't eat your cake and have it in this life. And that is the inconsistency we see in our people. And some people, I think, was it somebody was saying that I declare the West, I see the West as enemies. I don't see them as enemies. I see them as people that are attacking us. You can't pretend as if somebody is not attacking you just because you like them. You like somebody, they keep slapping you, slapping you, slapping you. You pretend as if you can't see it. That will not be madness. If you come here every day, I keep slapping you and insulting you, slapping you and insulting you, call you your country, insult your people and everything, keep slapping you, and keep telling you that everything I'm doing indicates that I don't like you, and you keep liking me. Is that not a problem for you? That is what many of our people don't understand that they are doing. I'm not against the West. I'm against what they are doing to us. Like you said, many people argue that I'm here in the West. Yes, I'm here in the West. So was Lenin. Lenin, that founded the Soviet Union as we know it, was also in the West, in the diaspora. He was in the UK. I think he was in Germany too. A few other countries before he went back to Russia. So being in the West is not a reason for somebody not to care for their own people. At the same time, all the white people that are in Nigeria, are you telling none of them to leave too? Personally, I will be very fine if Oyibo say we are going to deport all Africans back to Africa, and they were going to kind of bring their people back to Europe. None of them in Africa again. I'm fine with that. Perfectly, 100% fine with that. I have zero issue with that, because I know we are going to benefit from that. If all our brains, all the brains that are on this chat now, when they're going to join us, if we're all in Nigeria, Nigeria will be more developed. That's for sure. So that argument that, why are you in the West enjoying what they are doing? I'm not enjoying anything. And I don't care about the vanity of the little enjoyment. What is the point of the vanity of the enjoyment when you're actually dying? Can you imagine that? It's like a snake that poisons you, and then you're having some euphoric vision while it is swallowing you. You might enjoy it, but you're dying nonetheless. And that realization should wake you up from that illusion. That's how I see it. It's not necessarily about me just hating the West visceral. I don't hate any group. I can't even hate India people. That if I'm going to hate anybody in this world, it's the Indians, because they have a racist religious system that are actually targeting darker skinned people like us. At least Europeans don't have a racist religious system like that. So I can't hate them, but I can hate what they do. Because if you hate them, you're just wasting your energy. What is the point of just hating them? You have to hate what they do to you, so I don't look at everybody as the devil. Not every single one of them hate us. Many of them will fight with us and see our struggle as part of their struggle too. All right. So I think I'll bring people on to come and share their views. Dexter was saying in the previous session, and he was calling me out for, I'm not even sure what he was calling me out for. And I'm going to put that our famous image of our people, so that we get where so that we understand each other, where we stand here. So that let's get this straight. This is the situation. I hope we're all very happy to watch this, because this is our situation here. When Trump comes in and decides, hello, give me what I want, and we'll be like, yes. Tinubu will be like, yes. What else? What do you want from me, sir? I'll give you everything you want. And then people like KJ will be like, Tinubu is a terrible leader. He's not good. He's not everything. At the same time, he's the one saying Maduro should negotiate with Trump. What do you think they are negotiating? You think they are negotiating your welfare? That's not what they are negotiating. They are negotiating to take all your welfare away from your country. That is a problem. If not, Nigeria is not even under sanction at all. We are not under sanction. We have been friends with the West forever. They even wrote in their document that the leaders of Ghana that removed Kwame Nkrumah were pathetically pro-Western. That's what they wrote in their own documents, that they were pathetically pro-Western. If Ghanaian leaders are pathetically pro-Western, can you imagine what Nigerians were like? Because Nigerians were even more pro-Western than Ghana at that time. Nigerians then will just be lying down for them. Take whatever you want. It's free. Just take it. I really would like to have a direct one-on-one, if possible, with someone like One Nigeria, because he makes this argument that seems to be contradictory. He doesn't like what happened to Maduro, but seems to think that because of the election, that is the issue that he doesn't like. But at the same time, he wouldn't condemn the fact that this is a problem. What Trump has just done. I can't see, you can't eat your cake and have it. What Trump has done in my book, I don't see it as wrong or right. I see it as weak versus strong. And I see it from the point of view that how it's going to affect us. Because we are weak, we are the ones that are going to be fed on to. That is my problem. It's not that Trump is wrong to do what he did. For me, I don't have that moral. The only morality is your ability to be strong. That's your morality in life. That's what God gave us. If you are weak, you will be punished in this life. You have to be able to survive in this life. That's the prime directive of every living thing. So I don't see it from that point of view that, oh, international law, Trump is breaking international. No, I see it as the guy was being weak. He was being friendly with Trump and he paid for it. The same thing with Libya, the same thing with Saddam Hussein. The pattern is clear. The pattern is clear. If you try to do the right thing, they will take advantage of you.
Foforus.
Mr. Oti, how are you?
Have you read any ethics at all?
Yes, I have read some ethics.
You know what ethics are?
Yeah.
And you don't believe in morality? So it's about strong or weak?
No, I meant I don't believe in morality in the terms of the law, the way people write international law. I believe in morality in terms of natural law.
Oh, no. You see, look. So you see, that's the confusion of language. Maybe we just say so many things without kind of lack of consistency and clarity. You know. So it's either there is what is called morality, right? And again, there's no pretense. There's no when this is not, it's not an utopian, okay? It's a reality. We have to understand, appreciate the givenness of things. Now, for example, what is going on here is this, okay? Because let me just use Tony's exposition to clarify my point. Because when we kind of engage one to one like this, our positions are going to be clearer, and then we may discover that we don't really have, the gap between our understanding is not that wide. Okay, no, because we're not probing each other, we're not interrogating what we're saying. Now, listen, Tony, you see the problem with your position is this, because I understand that. I mean, we have power imbalances. It's natural, okay? But the question is this: is the reality and if like idealism and realism. Okay, we live in a world where people are not equal. Some are stronger than others. Okay, but on interpersonal between nations. But then, what do we do? You see, it's the ideal, the aspiration, and that's what the law is. Law is there to make people good. Okay, that is the essence of law. And then if you say there's no law, then it becomes the only thing you're kind of propagating is the rule of force, power, violence. So it's just that clear. So what has happened is clearly, well, of course, you can go into the justification whether those are good enough. But do we have is there any kind of standard, a norm, international norm? Okay, you may not even believe in it, but at least it is there. We have it, and it's all in our interest to to protect it, to advance it, to argue for it. Okay, because there's no way you can begin to defend what has, or be neutral about it, unless you understand them, you don't understand the implications. So that's what I'm saying.
I think I understand where you are coming from, and because it makes sense if you have an international rule-based system where
it's not perfect.
it's
Of
based
course, we
on
know
some
that.
form of morality.
I'm not
Yes,
saying
I
it's
understand
perfect.
where you are coming from there. However, the way I'm looking at it is that even with that rule-based system, they are the ones that will have to design it. You have to have it, like we talked about, leaders that create institutions, strong institutions. The powerful nations are the ones that created it in the first place. They created it in their own image, and if it doesn't work for them anymore, they reserve the right in their own belief to change it. If they, because to them, you didn't give it to them. They took it. They fought for it. They bled for it, and they won these wars. And they created the world the way they saw fit.
Father, can
And if
I
they want
say?
to change it, yeah, I'm going to bring you in. I think it's your turn, to be fair.
Yeah.
You see, and if they feel like they want to change it, they can change it the way they see fit. Until the entire world says, you know what, we are going to create a rule-based system, and somebody decides to break it, then you can judge them based on that international rule. And even then, you still have a natural law out there that is not based on what you have written. It's about power. If one side has too much power,
again,
they will take advantage of the other.
Again, you see, there's what is called natural law. As a matter of fact, maybe you don't. So don't talk about, don't refer to natural law, because there's a system of law called natural law, and actually natural law is like the eternal law, if like the divine law. Okay, so it's not natural law what is happening, because as I said, there's a system of law called natural law. Those Catholics would understand what natural law is. I mean, it's because we have the state law is a kind of the positive law, but even the positive law in a kind of aspires to correspond to natural law, which is like divine law. Okay, perfect justice and all that. We're not God. We live in the world, and but our effort, our aspiration is to do good, to be just, to be fair. Are you with me? So that's what the law is all about, to make people good. And then I'm not saying that we can't be perfect, but that is the direction of travel. And you can't just be saying that it's like ambiguity. We're not certain, we're not clear. Are you with me? So that is my
I
difficulty.
hear what you are
So
saying. I
we
think
have
what
to
we're
be
going to
clear.
do is towards the end of the
Father,
session today. Towards the end of the
let's
session,
because this man will never stop.
towards the end of the session, we're going to reserve it for a few people to have, a kind of podcast-like discussion about it, so that we can go deeper. I like the way OT is going about things. He tried to examine the details of these things so that we can actually examine some of all these topics quietly, calmly, in a way that people can actually get where everybody's coming from. So that's for later. But in the meantime, let everybody have their say. Welcome, Tony. I appreciate you for joining us today, and you are the first to join us. And you've seen the headlines, quite a lot of them, a short period of time, so many events going on everywhere. So what do you make of this Maduro thing? And, if you can touch on Fubara, Nigeria, all the headlines, anyone you feel like really.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good morning, whatever it is. I don't know where you are. Happy New Year. Forefathers, greetings and thank you for letting me in. I just want to comment because my brother Ben, said a few things about what I said in the previous session in relation to this Maduro thing. You see, in philosophy, there's realism, and there's idealism, there's pragmatism, and so on and so forth. These are all notions that we have. And it's not correct to say that laws are made to make us feel good. No, that's not the reason why laws are made. Laws are made to point us to a particular direction, not to make us good. Because laws have never in the world prevented people from being deviant. No. That's a statement of fact. Because if laws make people good, then we'll all be saints. There won't be sinners. So that's a faulty premise. But that said, you see, when you come to the world of diplomacy, you take take the United Nations, for instance, the Security Council. You have there are those who are permanent members, there are those who have veto powers, and there are those who don't have veto powers. And yet, when decisions are arrived, it arrives, those decisions are said to be made by maybe members of the Security Council or by the UN, even though some people don't have that power, that carries enough force as a veto power. That's not a fair world. That is how it is. Now, you're not going to be talking about morality or no morality and so on and so forth, because that is how the world is constituted. People have interests that they want to preserve. Now, should Africa, have veto power? Of course, yes. I'm an African. So if you now begin to look at the morality of it and begin to say, no, it's wrong, no, it's not, you don't understand diplomacy.
So,
you don't understand international politics.
On what basis then do you condemn Tinubu?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
On what basis?
I did not. You see, you have to be patient to understand my reasoning for you to be able to make judgments. I have not supported any side. I've just told you that if you understand the way the world is structured, then you have a better understanding of what Trump just did. It's not about morality. Because they don't bring, you can talk about morality in the church.
Sorry, but I asked you, you and I, we condemn Tinubu, okay? The way he's running Nigeria, or his personality, his character, okay? That's my personal, I do condemn him.
Hold on.
But someone else, morality is something personal. That's why you get it wrong.
Hold on. Someone like one man would not condemn him. And he's entitled to his opinion.
So excuse me. So the question really is No, sorry, Tony. Look, see, you're confusing issues because
I'm not confusing you. You are getting confused. Just let me finish. No, hold on. No. Forefathers, you have to protect me. Let me make my point.
Let him finish.
Because I didn't interrupt when he was making his. Let me interrupt, because if you start this way, there's so many people waiting. We're not going to get anywhere. Okay. Now I'm entitled to my view, and this is how I see it. And I'm not saying that morality is not okay. That's not the issue here. The issue here is that there's a world power that feels that it can do and undo. It's a unipolar world now. It's not the period of the Cold War. It's not the period where you have checks and balances, which restrains to some extent America or Russia from Soviet Union from doing what? Now you have a world that is imbalanced, and it would be wrong for somebody to stand. That's why I don't like the picture that you put there. You put a black man and you put Trump standing, anyway, but that's by the way. You see, once you have a bully.
You mean this one?
Yes. I mean, you shouldn't be playing it.
Let's leave it there now. So that
no. Why didn't you put, why
is it offensive?
Why didn't you put a Maduro there?
But it's reality now. Why is it
offensive?
No,
must it be a black person?
Yeah, because we are worse at
Must it be a black man?
Is it not true though?
Why
do you think Tinubu celebrated his New Year in overseas?
You can ask him. The picture. Why are you celebrating your Christmas and your New Year in England?
I'm not the president of Nigeria.
Odi is right there in Africa. Why are you not in Africa celebrating your New Year and Christmas?
I'm not the president of Nigeria. I can travel like a free person, but the
president has the right to go anywhere that he wants and celebrate his listen, just as you have a right to celebrate your New Year, your birthday anywhere.
Not in the colonizers' countries, the people that are oppressing your people, but it's okay. But that's why
you are enjoying their food, you are working for them, they are colonizing you, but you are working for them, you are living in their house, they employ you, they pay you, and then you are not ashamed of that. You should go to Nigeria now.
Who told you I'm not ashamed of that?
Then you shouldn't even mention it. You shouldn't even.
Why should I mention it? It's the truth.
You start for yourself.
We should all be ashamed.
Then you start from yourself and say
I am ashamed, and I'm thinking myself, okay, please go ahead. Don't be offended by the image, because it's reality.
It's not reality.
It's our state.
It's not. It's offensive. I don't expect you that in this age you'll be putting this because it's offensive.
It is true.
It's not true
of our life.
It is not true. It is not true.
Okay,
it is the only truth. The only truth. I mean, if you wanted to paint a picture that reflects the power politics internationally. There are other things that you can put there, not this nonsense. It's not. It doesn't mean anything to me, other than that you have a mindset.
Why are you offended?
Because you have a mindset, and people have talked to you. Someone has talked to you before.
Why are you worried about your mindset?
Listen,
not the fact.
Someone has talked to you. This is just like what you're doing is just like featuring the kind of thing that Hitler was doing. That's the kind of thing.
You want me to show you African leaders begging them? You want me to show you African leaders begging them?
Forefathers.
Videos of African leaders begging them.
Forefathers, you want me to show you Africans or Nigerians who are in school? I work in NYU, who are beating all these white people hands down.
No,
they are begging the black people to teach them.
They are not leaders.
No, hold on now. You are
not leaders.
No. You are saying they are leaders in their own rights. They are leading the class. Listen, they are leading the class where your so-called oppressor. Wait now. These black people that you are demeaning, they are leading the class where your so-called colonizers are. They are beating them hands down. You want me to show you?
That image represents systemic.
That's what I expect you to show, not this nonsense.
Systemic begging, not individual begging.
But let's move ahead. Let's go to the issue. Let's go. But I've made my point. But I'm just telling you. But of course, you are the moderator, and you have a right to show what you want. The point that I'm trying to make, that maybe OT is not understanding, is the fact that when you come to big power politics, it's a different kettle of fish entirely, whether you like it or not. You're liking it or not liking it doesn't matter. That's the point, and you have to accept it. So that's the point I'm making. It's not that I'm justifying anything or something, or this is the way it should be. Yes, you may well want it to be this way, but that's not the reality. The reality today is that you have a big power that feels that he can do whatever he likes and get away with it. That's the reality. Do I like it? No. Is that how it should be? No. But that's the reality. So
that's the moral question, because you said no, it ought not to be like that.
Yeah,
that's the moral
what you're doing. What you're doing is
one Nigeria, one Africa. You're not enjoying it. I'm actually enjoying when they're talking like that.
No, sorry, what you're doing is portraying my views as if I like it.
We are too many for that kind of.
Oh Lord.
Okay. Let's wrap it up. We've enjoyed you people talking. It's quite enjoyable to watch OT try to examine these things. I do enjoy OT's try questioning sometimes. Let's bring in who's next. I think hey God, this one everybody looks alike. This is confusing.
Yeah, that's your point. We have many here, so respect everybody's time. Let me go fast.
I think it's either Ike or Jonaba and Dexter. Those are the three. Yeah, those are the. Yeah, I think it's Oga Ike. No, it's not Oga Ike. Oga Ike came later. No, it's Dexter. And Dexter.
Thank you, forefathers, for letting me speak, and thank you for everybody that joined the show.
So we are going to be timing it now, so everybody can speak. And OT, please don't get tempted. Don't get tempted, OT. Let's time it.
Okay.
5 minutes max.
So let me start from the Fubara situation. It's quite interesting what's happening in Rivers State. How DK can openly say that there is no party in Rivers State, literally. So APC, PDP doesn't exist, and somehow it just shows you the quality of leaders we have. I listened to the full interview of Tony Cole on Aranis TV on Friday. And Fubara is now in APC. The national chairman of APC has said Fubara is 001 in APC. And they asked Tony Cole, and he said, oh no, Fubara is in the wrong APC. That he, Tony Cole, is the leader of APC University. Oh my God. And I was thinking that this Tony Cole is somebody I was saying, this should be a good guy. It's to show you how greedy we as human beings can be. This is Tony Cole that is supposed to be a good guy, who has been speaking about the excesses of Wike. And before you say, he asked me the question. He said, look, if Mr. President asks you to work with Wike, would you all of a sudden say he has no problem with Wike? What? Wait, until we Africans now start having value system, we go nowhere. Because this is a guy who has been shouting for the last 5 years. Because in 2019, we can literally make sure that APC did not have any candidate. In the last election, he said he won. They stifled him. They made sure he could not even inspect the INEC materials. We can instituted that. They're not telling you that, oh, because he now thinks that maybe Fubara might fall off, so let him now be on the good books. It just shows you how greedy we are for power. And I think we need to come to a position in Africa whereby we are not going to be like that. I don't know how this thing is going to end because, oh, look, see, I've seen this wicked play before, live, when Amici was in power, which is what he has said from January this year now. He's going to be mobilizing, he's going to come and do youth movement and all that. And the idea is this. When it shows that kind of crowd, on the day of election, when they rig it, nobody will doubt it. Because after all, now, couldn't you see the crowd that he was putting? He did the same thing when Amici was in power. But we need to start questioning ourselves, like what is our value system in Africa? In Nigeria, first of all, what is our value system? Do we want to wait for the Maduro situation? We want to be able to be the ones to take the decisions, because the truth is this: those big men can't rig elections. It's people like me and you that rig the elections. It's people like me and you that go to coalition center and start changing results for a piece of pottage, And then to many of us who give excuses, you are in the Western world and then you are talking. No, take action. There's no need. Leave your comfort zone. Any of you that are here speaking against the Western world, oh, we are speaking all kinds of things, oh, the West is West. Don't stay there. Act in protest. That is when we know that this thing, that's why they say talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Because you want to satisfy your stomach, you are there and say, oh, they should do this one, they are fighting us, they are doing this to us. Show us your mantle. Protest by packing
Show
your
some
bags.
doings.
Pack your bags this night. Pack your bags
One
this night.
father, go back to Ikwere.
Pack your bags this night and move to go and save your fatherland. Since you have that idea, because put your money where your mouth is. Because the truth is this: people talking like this are the same people that will betray us for a pottage. Because you are getting the largesse and the freedom of the Western world, but on the other side, because of their freedom of speech now, you are speaking against them and all that. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? And then we know what you are made of, So I'm just saying out there, for all of us that come out here, look, my policy is this: look, while you are benefiting from something, you don't speak against it. That's my policy. So that's while you are benefiting from something, your hand is inside eating. You don't start fighting it where you're eating. If you leave it and you want to start speaking against it, there's no problem. But while your hand is still inside that soup, stop saying the soup is not sweet. This soup is not sweet. The people that are there are not eating. They are suffering. Let us not catch this thing around. There's this propaganda going around. Oh, Trump is coming from our resources and all.
Forefathers, time has gone.
These resources, you let time people will come for your resources. It's when you realize that there's nothing between your head.
Time's up. So
who is the timer now?
And I'm the timer here,
No, it's the other guy that needs to return back to Nigeria. That's the timer for forefather.
You see their logic. Let's just break down the logic. Very, very 15 seconds. It's not so hard to break it down. So it's only them that can gain from us and do bad things against us. That is the reasoning that you are coming up with. But it's all right. That's why we say our people, they are reasoning.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
Let me, you see that it's confusing to reason. It's not even a lot of words. It's only, let me repeat that again so I can catch on. It's only them that can do bad things to us at the same time be around us.
You are not, you forefathers, you didn't listen to, obviously you have not listened to.
No, you are saying because I'm gaining. Hold on, your argument was because I'm gaining from them, I shouldn't be here. They are gaining from us, and yet they do bad things against us.
Forefathers now. What I told you,
let's move on.
What I told you is the forefathers. No, you can't throw that.
Do you know Lenin was here? Do you know Lenin was here?
Forefathers. Let's see. Lenin went back.
Lenin was here. Stalin was here.
Forefathers, they went back. Their impact was not.
Yes, they went back. That's my point.
Forefathers. Okay, let me ask you one question. Forefathers, tell me the story of Lenin when he was in the UK.
He came to the UK. As a matter of fact, it was in the UK they separated from the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. That's when they broke apart, and they formed these different organizations. They raised money from here, and they went to other European countries before they actually went back to the Soviet. That's Russia as we know it.
Tell me the movement.
Why should I tell you? You tell me.
Because you are talking. Look, you are here.
No. The essence of what we are talking about, I don't want to waste time with you. The essence of what we are talking about is their presence here in the UK.
Forefathers, tell me the story. You are here and you are making a story for yourself. Tell me the story.
I don't want to make it. No. The story I'm telling you is that, hold on.
You cannot waste time with you now.
They were here in the UK. Is that my fault? Am I telling lies? They were here there in the UK and they went back to Russia and built a system against the West.
Forefathers, tell me the story of Lenin when he was in the UK.
They were here in the UK. That's the story, period. That's the relevant part that I'm using to reply to you.
No, you can't just tell me.
It's relevant because your argument was I shouldn't be here. Hold on. The argument was I shouldn't be here. I'm responding directly to that. It's not about discussing Bolsheviks, this is how they emerged. So let's keep it pointed in that direction. I don't know why people make that argument. It just doesn't add up really. All right. Who is next? Yeah, I got yeah. All right.
Wow.
Don't come for me again. If you come for me, I'll come for you. So just it should be you. Okay, don't worry. You're going to go next.
But okay, sorry.
Gentlemen, you see, thank you. Okay, thank you for joining us. You've seen the headlines. You can talk about Wike, Akpoti, Joshua. You know, a lot of things happen. And Venezuela, you know about Venezuela too. So Maduro was fighting for the poor. I thought that's what we're about in Nigeria. We want people that can fight for the poor people. He's fighting for the poor, and now you want him to be removed from office. Life not fair.
I just want to repeat what I said. I sent message to Dr. Damages in the morning that I didn't expect to see forefathers G there and people like him in this platform today. I expected that by now they should be in Venezuela, you know, fighting for the people of Venezuela. You know, Brother Oti, I just want to thank you when you spoke in the first program. You see, most Nigerians who life has been blessed where they are always claim to love their country more than any other people.
You're muted.
Sorry. Okay. Did you hear the first time I spoke?
Yeah, you said we should have been, gone to Venezuela to go and fight for.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I said I said by now, if I come to the platform today, I would not see Jide, I would not see forefathers and your likes. That by now you should be flying to Venezuela to defend the Maduro and his people, you know. But what am I trying to say? We all live in the West, enjoying the good life of the West, enjoying their food, the constant electricity. Your life is simple. You can open your door, go away and come back. We are enjoying everything that life can give us. But at the end of the day, we keep talking about the West. We talk about freedom of expression, freedom of speech. We say whatever we want to say because we live in the West. And that your country that you are claiming that you love more than any other person, you cannot speak the way you are speaking about the West. And the same West is the people, you are looking for their visa, you go and sleep in an embassy. Nigerians and Africans, other part of they go to the embassy and sleep for 2 weeks, where they are looking for the same visa of the people of the West, in order to get a visa to go to the West. And at the end of the day, you are claiming the West has come to take your oil. They come to take your mineral resources. They come to take your wives. They come to take your fathers. They come to take your government. They come to take your military. And these are the same people you work for. These are the same people you live in their house. These are the same people that you answer them, sir, in the morning, sir, in the afternoon, sir, in the evening. These are the people who pay your bills. These are the people who pay your salary. And out of the money of the wage that they pay you, you use it to go and better the life of other people in Nigeria. And every day you come here, you talk about the ways you want to take your oil. That oil we are talking about, they want to take, that have been there hundreds and thousands of years. Who are the people that are taking the oil? Who are the people that are benefiting from the oil? Are you or your people in River State? Are they the people that are benefiting from the oil? Who are the people that are enjoying those things you are trying to protect? Me and you? Is that the people that are enjoying it? Because if it is to be me and you that is enjoying it, we cannot be here talking about Nigeria and every country every Sunday and Saturday that we come here. We talk about which way forward for Nigeria. You know, people who claim that they know what you claim. Yeah, Jide, every day Jide will tell us about North Korea, tell us about Venezuela, tell us about Nicaragua, tell us about Havana. And I asked you last time, have you ever been to Venezuela? Venezuela is a country where young girls, when they see you, they will be begging you, please, take me to where you're going. I am ready to do anything for you. Because this country, I cannot continue to live in this country. This is a country people are suffering. And forefather said, Maduro is a peaceful man. That is a man of peace. Why did this man has to go? You know, why did America has to do what they have to do? And Tony is telling you about international politics. You belong to United Nations, but you don't have power to make decisions. Are you not a slave? Or those countries who doesn't have veto power at the United Nations, what is the essence of the United Nations? Even with the veto power of China and Russia, America still do whatever they want to do. Let China say something. Let them do anything. Let Russia do what they think that they can do. America is bigger. You have to accept that. You were talking the other time, China will invade Taiwan. Let them try to invade Taiwan. Let them take Taiwan before us. Let me see. I think it's all about speaking grammar, speaking diplomatic language. They can speak diplomatic language. Oh, America, why did you do it? They don't like what they did in Venezuela. Let them take Taiwan. You see, listen. Nobody is wishing that this is something that is happening to happen to your country. But in a country where one person decides that is the only person that is qualified to rule his people, 2 times he did not win election. But the same INEC in Venezuela, the way you have in Nigeria, I hate the election riggers. The last election that he rigged was the one that was so bad because he lost badly in the last election. But what? The military, the judiciary, the Supreme Court, they join hands together and return him to power. So he's an election rigger. He never won an election. The people, the same people you claim that is ruling, they're already sick and tired of Maduro. They want him to go. And they spoke in the last election. But what happened? The same thing that happened in your country, that all of you are defending because you eat from their crumbs. The same thing that why Nigeria is what it is. I am surprised of what my brother today speaking. He has been practicing in London. He has been living in London, living and enjoying his life. You know, and you are happy saying that people, a country, that people that are suffering, the citizens are suffering. I live in a very small island of not less than 20,000 people. If I tell you how many thousands of Venezuela women and children and young men are living in this island, you will not believe it. Because they are looking for a place to go. If you go to Venezuela, listen, take me. Let me be your housemaid. At least, as long as you can help me to get immigration permit that I can stay. Let me do whatever I can do to stay. This is a country that people have no life. So, what am I trying to say? We all live in the West, and we're enjoying every good things of life. The same people who are telling you now about West, there is no good medical facilities in Nigeria. When they are sick, they fly with their private jet. And your mother, your father, your family, your generation, they die in Nigerian hospital because there is no medical treatment. These are the people you come to defend here every day. People that cannot provide you with anything tangible for
Thank you.
common man to survive in Nigeria.
Thank you.
And we're
Thank you.
here coming to
Time's up.
debate in
Time's
Venezuela.
up.
We're talking about Maduro.
Time's
Why
up. Time's up.
the bunches of your problem in Nigeria is as high as Mountain Kilimanjaro. And we're talking about another people who are suffering.
No, time's up. Let me put this image here just in case we don't know what this means. You know what this image means? It's like now the narrative is let's not enjoy anything from the West. It's only the West that is allowed to enjoy something from us at the same time hate us. But we can't do that. So that is the narrative. Let's disadvantage ourselves even more. Even with the little salary I'm getting, I should not get it. Don't get it. Go to Nigeria and just suffer. No, don't try to get anything from them. While they get something from us and dislike us at the same time. But it's okay.
So,
this is our people's narrative.
That you are ashamed of yourself living in the West. I am not ashamed of myself living in the West. That's my choice. And I can never be ashamed of myself living where I am living. Because no, you didn't make that decision for any of us who are in the West. So if you're ashamed of yourself living in the West, enjoying your life in the West, that's your choice. But I am
your
never
job is to protect your heritage. For a man, their job is to protect their heritage.
You have your heritage
in their land. But if you are not protecting it, then and you are proud to abandon it. Let me finish now. Let me finish. I'm just saying it. And you are proud about abandoning your heritage, I don't know what to tell you. So it is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm proud of it, but I have to make my peace with the fact that I'm here. And when I have the opportunity, I will leave. It's just that simple. Jonaba, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate your patience and giving space for Oga Ike to have it go at us again. It's all good. So what do you make of the headlines so far? Quite a few has already occurred. Venezuela, Joshua, Wike, President Tinubu celebrating New Year overseas. Take your pick, really. 5 minutes.
Thank you, my forefathers, and the rest of the panelists. It's always a pleasure to talk on issues. I don't care so much about Venezuela issue. I already spoke my mind. It's a power play. Tony says that power does not apologize. He uses he quoted from the scripture that he has been going on over the years. Some of his view I disagree, but I agree with him on that. We'll talk about Wiki and is not they can take a gun and face each other and wipe themselves out. I don't care so much about that. I care about other Nigerians and the mindset that we are programmed to be talking this way, that we do not even understand ourselves anymore. It concerns me as a black man on earth. Having said that, to take the responsibility as a grown-up man to what I can do and what I cannot do. But then the Nigerians that are suffering today, the guys from Venezuela that they arrested or captured, wherever they want to put it, is still a better person than many Nigerians today. Venezuela government and the citizens are still, many of them are better than my fellow Nigerians today. I worried about our mindset, about the world that is playing out in our own eye, the modern colonization and power display. What is it there for us? How do we, if we are not just weakness, it will be understatement when it comes to the as a continent, we have no power of negotiating in any aspect of life. And then I pray that we look at those issues that is going on the street of Nigeria, how the poor have been oppressed, whether it's a pastor, whether it's a DPO, police, how does our judiciary system work? How do we speak to it so that ordinary Nigerians can have courage to walk freely in Nigeria? Are not work freely in Nigerians because of the broken down of law and orders. There is like I don't know. The first time I tried, bro, my head was upside down. So it's like all Nigerian head is upside down, and they're just working. And when we should speak to issues like that ordinary Nigerians should. We are talking about international things. It's a global thing. It's good to talk about it because we're in the West. But what I carry this car, I carry in my own. Is the most what Nigerians are going through and so many African countries. How do we start to speak to those corrupt people who are directly responsible? And how do we bring them to use the media to call them out and at least follow some many cases in Nigeria where one person can represent how he kill people and he see this allegation is there. People will say, come and take me, I know where it is. And what is Nigerian police? How did our judiciary system work? How we have more things to do, and to speak to those things is my primary concern more than the Wike and then Joshua. I think he will still play. It's unfortunate thing that happened to him, but his recklessness in a higher level. But then I think when people come out of such things, they come out powerful before they go extra mile, or just the souls of the two young men, may their soul rest in peace as they join their ages. So that is what I have to say. Thank you.
Wow, you covered, you finished before your time. That is the first person to do that. Thank you for that. And I really appreciate your, the condolences you sent out. And clearly, you're one of those people that, your views are quite consistent. You try to, apart from when it comes to healthcare. How I saw when they were moving Joshua into that car, and I was thinking about Jonaba. Like, I'm not going to have my dog. That's what I was thinking when they were putting Jonaba, when they were putting Joshua inside that police vehicle. Oh my goodness! All right, so who is next? I think it's OT now, isn't it? I think it's OT.
I haven't spoken.
OT has been speaking. Now this is my turn now. Come on.
I thought it was OT. I'm going to put.
I think I've only had interjections, isn't it?
OT was the first.
OT.
No.
This is a regular interjection.
No. Hold on now. OT took a whole part of the session. So
Don't worry.
You
are free to interject OT whenever you feel like it.
No. But it's my turn now. How can you give it to OT? OT
because
he
hasn't had his turn. He hasn't had his turn.
He has had his turn. He spoke for most of the session.
He spoke a while.
What are you saying now? He's the one. He has the session. I know you.
No, allow him to interchange.
Interjections.
He didn't have his turn.
But
not his 5 minutes.
I wait. Let them go ahead.
Let them go ahead, and then I will. Nigeria. OT can be next to him just in case he says any nonsense. You attack him. You go.
I know. That's the problem. Forefathers is always scared of people who have a different view. He knows where I'm coming from.
My name, you come for him.
Yeah. So.
All right. All right. Please go ahead. You have your 5 minutes. You are free to speak as you want. Really.
Yeah, hello everybody. Hello from Nigeria here. I want to talk about Netanyahu and Somaliland. It's funny that in Africa, where many people are crying for freedom and people are suppressed, and suddenly a country decides to recognize another country, people are very happy. A country with almost $5 billion GDP. And people in Nigeria are suddenly upset just because it's Israel. I think one thing forefathers said today is if Somaliland grants sea access to Ethiopia, that's a good thing. At least, a few times you say those kind of reasonable things, at least you're not boxed in a corner there. Because whenever you get yourself boxed in that corner, it's very hard for you to escape. Many people don't like Netanyahu. And, obviously, he has injected himself in Africa, especially also in Nigeria. And many people are not very happy about that, right? But, look, We welcome all players. Since our leaders have decided to sell us to France and to China and to US and to let everybody come in. Let's pick the best hand. For me, that's where I stand. I think more countries should go that way. Recognize all the breakaway countries. Let's have more freedom, because if people are suppressed in any part of the world, freedom is one thing that somebody was talking about natural law and all the things about we want freedom. That's the first thing people crave, freedom. So I'm very happy for Somaliland. It looks like they are happy with themselves, and I pray that their country will succeed. And then Tinubu being overseas, frankly, he can do whatever he wants. The man wants to survive too. Trump has locked him up in Nigeria for a long time. He's been able to let him go and take care of his health. He's a grandpa to some people. Of course, it's not what Nigeria needs. But when he was in Nigeria, he was doing Ayo while Trump was bombing Sokoto. So whether he's in Nigeria or he's in wherever he is, I'm not sure what difference it makes. When Trump was bombing Sokoto, people were saying, oh, he was bombing open space. Now, Nigerian army started saying, oh, we started winning in Sokoto. But people like forefathers said Trump should not come to Nigeria. But it looks like since Trump came to Nigeria, things have been a little positive. But we'll continue to watch forefathers and his double speak. Anyway, I'm going to try to summarize with Tinubu's famous motto: power is not given a la carte. Grab it and run with it. And that's, people in the narco state of Venezuela, that's what they were specialists in doing, grabbing it for 2 elections and running with it. Now another person has come in and grabbed it from them. I don't know why other people are crying. It is, like I said in the other show, this is Game of Thrones. It's either you win or you are taken down and taken out. So, I'm happy for the people of Venezuela. Hopefully they'll be able to elect their leaders and enjoy the oil that God has given them. Somebody continues to say, oh, America is going to take their resources. What are they doing with the stupid resources where all the Venezuelans are fleeing their country? They are becoming, essentially slaves in other lesser countries. This is a country that has the most crude oil reserves in the world, but they cannot enjoy their oil because their people have chosen sides with folks that are not on the top of the chain of the ladder.
Hi.
I'm
sorry.
No, but you're not being very fair to me. I think you're being funny. No. But anyway, I'll leave the show so you can come, because all you want is just one view. You don't want.
I want your view actually.
No. Many times when you're in this show, I come because I just want to show dissent. Because view is one-way traffic. You have the same view with Jide, with the other boys who come here. And when you come in, it's as if Nigerians are anti-West. And people like us to come say, no, we disagree with you. We're not, and okay, you said you don't want to go to
hang around later.
Go to China and leave.
We're going to have a more open
But
conversation.
you don't want to, no. But why are you cutting me short? It's not 5 minutes yet.
No, it's 5 minutes. So why would I cut you short? I can't rig it now. It's unriggable. It's timer. I can't do anything. I'm just happy that you ran your time out. That's all. It's just, but the time is the time. This is no rigging. There's no rigging here. So let me bring Jide in. Jide, thank you for coming in. Yes, OT. So now you want to use your turn.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, ask your question. You muted yourself, you know. Ask your question.
Okay, sorry. Can you explain to me
why are you
why
muting yourself? You're muting yourself and or muting yourself by yourself.
I don't.
Hi, your phone, whatever phone you're using, is has muted you.
It's called natural law. It's not supposed to ask questions. Just wait.
I don't know whether somebody's muting you from
I
somewhere.
really want to know if anybody.
Okay, go ahead and speak now.
Explain to,
I
are you
like
hearing
law
me?
so much, I cannot follow law. I mean, I don't get it.
Sorry, if anybody can explain to me why America has not invaded Cuba all these years, and I'm not sure elections take place in Cuba. Please, I would like to know, please.
It's part of the agreement that they had before.
Can I answer?
Yeah. Let Jide have his turn. Let Jide have his turn. 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
So
Okay, 5
can
minutes.
keep moving.
I have 5 minutes. Oh shit. Okay, I'll answer it now that time. Okay. So thank you so much, forefathers, for having me on this show. Greetings to everyone. So yeah, like I predicted this just now last year. I predicted it. In fact, forefathers, you said it on this show last year that when Trump gets elected, he's a peace president, and you made it clear that the Republican Party, they do not have any issue of going into war. They rarely go into military intervention. And I told you that it's going to get worse and it's going to escalate, and they will attack Iran and Venezuela. Everything now that I predicted is now coming into fruition. Having said that, you see, everything going on right now, I'm not surprised. It's part of the US foreign policy, and it has to be implemented, and it's currently being implemented in Venezuela right now. You see, Venezuela has been under sanctions for more than 10 years. It's quite unfortunate that a lot of our people, it's quite unfortunate that they come here and they spread a lot of misinformation just to appease the West. When we criticize the West, it's not about us hating the West. It is basic criticism. If we live in the West and we criticize policies, how does that make us anti-Western? How does that make us hate the West? You see, because we get emotional, we attack people. You see, what's the first misinformation? That Venezuelans are poor and they are moving to other countries. They are miserable because they have a dictator called Maduro. They have a savior dictator called Maduro that is very incompetent. Without considering the fact that Venezuela has been under severe, over 10 years sanctions. Because if you come here and say that, oh, Venezuelans are poor, they are living miserably, and you do not admit that there is an economic war by the same West that you are adoring, then I would say it is hypocrisy to the core. And I'm very disappointed. Economic sanctions has destroyed Venezuela's economy for over a decade. Over a decade. Economic blockade. You see, this is not the first time that the US has been going for a regime change in Venezuela. This has been going on even under Hugo Chavez. This is a war on Venezuela, and it's a gradual war. You see, I sent a document last week, and I have only 5 minutes. I sent a document last week. I will send it again today. For everyone that is interested to go and read it. This is the national security strategy of the US government in how they will relate with other countries, including Latin American countries. I'm not going to explain it in detail. I will send it again. Whoever is interested to go and read it. Everything going on, everything that happened yesterday night is completely in complete coherence with what was written on that document. I'll stop there. Thank you. I'll talk again, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Wow, that is so brilliant, you know.
Forefathers, please, will you allow me to ask my brother Jide a question?
No.
No question. Why? You know, why should we allow you after you all those things?
Use your next time to ask.
Okay, no problem.
No, it's okay. It's okay. See, okay, please ask your question because Jide still has some time left. Then we'll go to Okberolo. Ask your question.
Yes, ask brother Ikas.
Yes. My brother Obi, are you comfortable with that?
Who am I?
Okay, my brother Jide, the question I wanted is a simple question. You were talking about sanction against Venezuela. So my question is, what has been the reason for the sanction?
Thank you very much. I will answer it. Economic sanctions is a major tool of U.S. foreign policy. Any country that serves as an adversary of U.S. national interests, economic sanction is a way to respond to sabotage any economic relations with other countries. It's a form of war to create a precursor for regime change. If you notice, a lot of the countries that are impacted by economic sanctions, all of them, they are all adversary of the United States. That is what economic sanction is for. Economic sanction is to deteriorate the economy of a country, make the country further underdeveloped, and to ensure that there is a pretext for a regime change. I'll stop there. I don't have a lot of time. Thank you.
That is very,
and
very,
Cuba,
brilliant.
I thought you were going to answer that.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, yeah, Cuba, yes. Let me
did you hear me?
Real quick. Yes, the Cuba story. Yeah, question, yes. The reason why Cuba has not yet been militarily attacked, that's a good question. It is because from an historical context, it's gonna give you, I'll make the answer as short as possible.
No. You don't have a lot of time.
Yes,
30 seconds.
Yes. During the Cuban, after the post-Cuban Missile Crisis, I can send a link so you can read about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Khrushchev, under the Soviet Union and the United States, they reached an agreement that no country in the United States should never meet military, or any NATO country should militarily intervene in Cuba. Either the Soviet Union exists or post-Soviet era. No NATO country, no NATO member should ever intervene in Cuba. And that's why they're attacking Venezuela. The way they want to decapacitate Cuba is using Venezuela, destroy Venezuela's economy, so that Cuba will have energy shortage, the economy will be destroyed, and the people will carry out a regime change. So the only option for Cuba is a regime change. They can never militarily intervene in Cuba. If not, Russia will be involved. I'll stop there.
Thank you. That is very brilliant there. Let me bring in
balance of terror.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. There are various news you can talk about, including the one of the Oba, which I take the side of the Oba on this. We are all the sons of it's Oba. And I know you're a hater sometimes, but I said I know you're a hater sometimes. So you can talk about that. You can talk about Maduro, because that's a big news. Joshua, name it. So what do you make of the headlines? And 5 minutes.
Point of correction: you are not the son of Oba, you are a subject.
How dare you?
Good.
Go ahead.
Jude, they will not intervene militarily. What did they do for Venezuela and militarily? I'm
talking about Cuba.
No, Cuba is next.
When it's time, they'll do it. Let them do it.
Yeah, why? Why then sanction Venezuela? It is because they nationalize their natural resources, which is pretty much socialism. America don't fuck with that. So once you make a move to nationalize your natural resources, you are taking it away from the corporations which they control. That's the problem. So that's what happened to Maduro, and he can't open out to the Chinese company and the rest. So now, thank God now everybody don't accept it. Most of these conspiracies are coming true. Maduro and Venezuela is just the beginning, right? It's a side show, like Steve Bannon will say. What is going on is a side show. The main show is China. No, China is not taking over the world. Now, before you take over the world, you have to go through stages. Getting your political freedom, economic freedom, build your military, then advance to take over your region, which is the stage they are in. And our blueprints where America use when they come out from economy and military age, they drove away the superpower from their own sphere of influence. So they are scared that the Chinese will do the same thing. So the main goal is, how do we stop China from being a regional hegemon? So the easiest way to do that is to attack them from the external through their Road and Belt Initiative. So if your country is involved in Road and Belt Initiative, that is a blueprint, like Dr. Damoji say. That's what is going to happen to you as a leader of that country, whether you like it or not. You don't have to accept it, but it's on motion. Thank God they don't start. So if you are involved with the Road and Trade Initiative, they don't share unless they have upper hand. If they have upper hand, they feel allow you roll as you want. But in as far as you are giving what they perceive as enemy upper hand, that means you are fueling their economy. Fueling their economy is to help them build their military. Building their military is to make sure they fight them tomorrow. So they see it as a national threat. So that's what is happening. So again, if your country is key into that road and bed initiative, you are going to get it. Cuba, Nicaragua, Brazil, Nigeria, India. Nobody will get that. So at this point, those countries won't have ability to get military power. The game is on. When the time is, you will know who is stronger. So again, all these law are written by human. They don't break them. You have two choices. You accept it or you complain. That's your choice. Or you fight back. So if anybody break law, that is the choice before you. Sue the person, complain, or you go. So that's exactly what Americans are doing. They were at the front of setting the global world order in the first place 80 years ago. So they are not saying that the thing is not they serve them again. Whether you agree, that is your problem. They are telling you what is their problem, and they're going ahead to take care of their problem. It's up to you to go ahead and take care of their problem. So staying in one place and crying that they break the law, there should be humanity. That's not a story. It's a story. As Trump talking about fireworks. So again, this idea it is support where it is support what. We don't have what it takes to support or criticize or go against the West. We don't. Again, when I don't forget the West, what they are selling is democracy. What underpins democracy is free speech. Ability for me to say what you don't like and for you to do the same thing. That's what free speech is about. So whether we like it or not, they pride themselves over that. You can come to America and say whatever the heck you want. If you don't have influence, they're going to look you like Mumu. They don't care. They don't send you. So that's how it works. So they are happy say we run our mouth. Because in the first place, we are decades or years behind what is happening. So they don't really they care. So once you don't reach the time to criticize and they will feel it, nobody you go point them out. You will feel them. That's how the West work. They allow you to run your mouth unless you have influence. Then they will not put you on the microphone and say, okay, this guy might watch and influence other people.
But you are not allowed to criticize the disease, are you?
Can I ask you a question, please?
Then they come for that on our First Amendment very soon. Now,
can I ask you? Sorry, this national security strategy you guys are talking about, is it when was it produced? And also, the policy you're referring to,
time's up.
Policy of this current administration, or
there shall be decorum.
The policy, the American policy.
Hold on.
Can I answer?
Hold on. Let me stop
security
this.
strategy was documented and approved in November 2025. So it's just 2 months ago. So it is the latest national security strategy.
But it was written before Trump came to power.
Let me just make a few corrections. The reason why they sanctioned, at least on paper, why they sanctioned Venezuela was because of the protests. They claim that they suppressed, after the assembly elections, or there's noise coming through. So that's their claim to sanction them. And if it is nationalization, I would have thought Saudi Arabia's oil is nationalized too, and they are very fine with Saudi Arabia. So you see what I mean? So this is the thing about America's foreign policy. You have to be useful to them.
Hold on. Trump said that Maduro government himself seized their words.
Oil.
Infrastructures. That's their oil company product. That's not what is happening in Saudi Arabia. America has free access, and out of Saudi Arabia oil. They know they direct how the oil should work.
No, the reason why it was taken was because they insist on taking the oil without necessarily giving Venezuela a significant share. Almost like what is happening in Nigeria, where you don't even know how much they're taking. They just come to people's country and they just start stealing their oil resources.
So just like now, Nigerian took the oil company away from them. Chevron takes that order, they take it from them. What are they going to do with it? They either nationalize it or they give it to other trading partners.
Yeah, but right? Chevron is there. Chevron is there when they remove the...
I'm giving you an example. I say if Bala Tinubu today decide to take those companies away, as in chase the Chevron away, what do you think he's going to do? Either nationalize the oil or he give it to other trading partners.
Yes, that's what he's going to do.
That's what happened. That's what Maduro did.
Yeah, but the people he gave it to were mostly Chinese and American companies. There were no any other company that gave it to.
And I just said it. America don't share. I just said
If you don't, yeah, I understand what you are saying. I'm just saying that the reason why they go after them may be something more than that. Like
no, it's
China.
not just them. I just say it's not just them. They are just the starting point. It's the whole atmosphere of that's their own sphere of influence. So it's just a starting point. It's not necessarily it's not going to stop there.
I begin to think that Russia is making a mistake extending this war in Ukraine too long. I think Russia has been picking out
they
of
wanted to.
politics.
It's not their
too long.
choice to extend it. It's not their choice. They just couldn't get it done.
I think they could. They are really. They are kind of holding themselves back. They are not going full out. And I don't think that's a very good strategy.
It's NATO that is fighting, not the Ukraine.
I know. My point is that the way they are, if you look at the way they are attacking, it's nothing close to what Israel is doing in Gaza. So they are not going full on.
Israel is America. I don't know why they separate it.
No. I understand what you are saying there. No, I can't hear you very well. Okay, but I like your tone, isn't it? We can't hear you very well. Your audio is making a bit of noise, actually. It's Vahala's turn now. Is it your turn?
Let me just have my turn now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
It can be China.
Oti, you said you've used your turn now. The last time I wanted to give you your turn, you said you've used it.
No. It just came.
Is it better?
So let me just kind of have my decision.
Sorry. Let me hear Janaba. Janaba, who did you say it was?
It's one brain. One brain
cell. Okay,
yes,
he came before.
Yes, but maybe because the younger, is the one. Except you want to let Gerald speak. Yeah.
Well, look at that. Vahala is saying, "How dare you reveal the truth of the situation?" But he's in Nigeria though, so we could give him a preferential treatment.
That's what I say.
One brain cell.
No, you can go now. Let him go. I can wait. No problem. He let me in.
I'm beginning to think that you are using Starlink in Nigeria because your connection seems to be very solid. All right, one brain cell. You know the headlines. Venezuela.
Two Nigerians, one brain. Forefathers, last brain cell. That's what it really.
No, you see, last brain cell. It means all of him is one of my brain cells. You see, that is not. That's quite a flattering statement.
I'm using your last brain cell. That's like I haven't even got into mine yet. Since you don't need it, so I might as well just take it.
All of you is one of my brain cells.
No, you're not making use of it. So, hello everybody. John Abba, Vahala, Tony, Mr. Ig OV. And of course, my guy that I'm using is one brain cell. Who's the last person there? I can't see. I'm sorry, whoever it is. The very, very last person. I can't really see it. So listen, I wish Artie was right here. And I wanted to talk about something. And it bothers me. And I think of course, we're going to have time to talk about it more. But it bothers me when people are not direct with their position. Of course, I do understand sometimes there are variables when we're discussing issues. So, for example, Venezuela, it is not just one position. We can say, okay, well, they rigged elections. Then we can talk about the nationalization of the industries, and then we can also talk about the alleged drug links, which I don't think are actually credible or not that credible. But then we go from there to speaking about, we're talking, I would say most people, or some of us are on the side of Venezuela at this point, maybe in relation to looking at the rule of law. But then how do we now go from there to supporting, and if Artie, whose name and the mantra he supposedly espouses is that of
one Africa. How do we go from that to now encouraging another foreign body to start splitting Africa? Not just a foreign body led by a genocidal maniac, one that is actually wanted by the ICC, a wanted criminal, someone whose name is going to live in infamy in the history books, guaranteed, in Benjamin Netanyahu. And you're here gleefully talking about how, praising how he's splitting up Africa. Why should Israel or any foreign body for that matter have a say in how Africa is divided? To make matters worse, and this is why I say a lot of people just don't believe in justice. They only believe in, if it's not benefiting them, then they speak against it. Outside of that, they just pretend and be ignorant. You're here telling us how, oh, it's going to benefit Ethiopia if Ethiopia gets access to the sea through Somaliland. But that land or that body of water is not Ethiopia's to benefit from, at least not directly. So you have the Darude, you have the Ders, what's the other group in Somaliland that they actually don't even control all of what is Somaliland, the Isaks. Then you listen, and I know Adi is not foolish. He does know that the reason why Israel wants that part of Somaliland is to control the trading path and to attack, build a base to be able to attack Yemen. He knows these things. It is also in their quest for a greater Israel. You know these things. So how do you now support a group that is going around stealing land from people, killing people, and then you want to come on here and pretend that you are for justice? What justice? What just, like, I mean, when I see things like this, to me, it's like, what is the world coming to? Why are people just so disingenuous? You want to steal people's lands. You're encouraging them to steal their waterways. You don't mind them being genocided. You don't mind a foreign body coming in, but you want to tell us now that you're not against the enslavement of Africa. This leads me to the other part of the conversation with you forefathers. And with 5 minutes is up, okay. I guess we can talk about it later.
I'm terribly sorry about that.
No, it's all right. There's time. We can always talk about it later.
All right. See, the thing about that Somali thing, you may think that I'm following double standard. Whatever benefits us and enables other people to be fine, for me, that's my morality.
No, not you. I'm talking about Adi.
Yes.
I didn't mention you.
Because I feel like Ethiopia being boxed in on the continent is disadvantaging the continent. You can't.
How? That is how God created it. Whose problem is that?
God didn't create it like that. Ethiopia was molded to keep the Ethiopian population inland. Before, Ethiopia used to have access to the sea. It's just recently it became like this.
All right, so let's concede. Let me concede that aspect, right? Who gave Israel the authority to come in and divide Africa as it sees fit?
No. Nobody gave it. I don't support Israel with whatever they are doing or Netanyahu at all.
That is the job of the AU, the African Union. If anything has to be partitioned in Africa,
is not doing anything for us. African Union is enforcing.
Whether they're doing anything, Nigerians do this thing where they say, "Well, you ain't using the resources anyways." And who has the resources benefited? That's like your kids are misbehaving or your wife is misbehaving. You call your neighbor to come kick your wife's ass. Handle your wife or handle your kids.
I hear what you are saying. Maybe Israel shouldn't get involved, but Ethiopia tried to have a deal with Somaliland. Somalia stopped it and brought Turkey in, and Turkey forced to, Ethiopia and Somalia.
We know all of this. My point is no foreign body should be in charge of carving up Africa. This is why nobody takes y'all serious. This is why nobody takes you.
Hold on. You can't feel that strongly about. See, I don't like Israel coming in there. Neither do I like Somalia preventing this in Ethiopia from having access to the sea, because Ethiopia outnumber all the countries surrounding it put together. All of them put together, it outnumbers all of them.
It's not about what you like or what you don't like.
No.
Who cares about what you like?
Oh, come on. Don't do that. This thing. Don't do that. You see, it's not about me liking it. The reason why I like it is because it is good for us. Because if you have your best player in a team, you can't bench that player constantly.
How is it good for you if you are taking, if you're taking from another group that is going to be unhappy? How is it good for you? Do you think if you ask the ordinary Somalian or the Somalian government today, if it is good for them, or if it's to their benefit that their land is being split up, or some part of it is being proposed for Ethiopia, you think they would acquiesce and be happy to that proposition?
They won't. I see that, but my issue with that is that they too should be willing. This is the problem with African countries, that that is a little bit short-sighted. They don't understand that they have a bigger threat out there. Instead they handicap each other. How can Somalia, that barely has nothing, be fighting for decades now? You won't allow a major power in that region to have access to the sea. You wouldn't even say just
then
1 mile.
Maybe they should, forefathers, it's called negotiation. Okay, that's what it's called. Hold on. No. It's called negotiation. Maybe if Ethiopia, Somalia obviously has something to leverage upon. Now you have to bargain and say, we can help you in this way, but we need access to the sea. Then let's work together. You can't just come and say, well, we're going to take it because we think it's going to be better for us, and forefathers in the UK it's going to help us.
You're not understanding. Somalia is fundamentally against that. They don't want any idea that Ethiopia has access.
Nobody on earth. If I tell you right now, forefathers, I'm not going to give you this bottle. Let's use Saudi Arabia that you mentioned earlier, because I heard you say that. How come then does Saudi Arabia do business with the United States, even though they are fundamentally not aligned, at least ideologically? Well, guess what? Why do they do that? Because they have a common interest. America says, you give us the oil, we make sure nobody attacks you, we give you the latest defense systems, we exchange technology with you, we give you F-35s, we give you all these things. We train you, we improve, we modernize your industry, and they work together.
I've been in conversations with Somalis and people from the East Africa. What they often say is that Somalia has a vision for greater Somalia. They want the Somalis in Kenya to come back. They want the Somalis even in Ethiopia. They want them back into their main Somalia. They want to form a bigger nation. So their thinking is that if they give Ethiopia access to the sea, that dream is going to go away. They don't want that.
How is it going to go? No.
Because they feel like they are going to make Ethiopia powerful again. They don't want Ethiopia to be powerful again in that region.
Okay, so that is where negotiation comes along. We're powerful, we're both rich, we can coexist. This is why we need access. That's called negotiation. That's what it's called. You just don't bogart it and snatch it up.
You don't understand how bitterly these people are divided.
I don't understand it.
Can someone else talk? Do we have order?
Divided. That's what you don't understand. Let me bring Syndicats in. The Syndicats, thank you for joining us, so that I know that you come with totally different perspective on this whole thing.
You don't skip.
Man, I don't have a perspective.
Who did I skip?
You don't speak Valhalla.
No, Valhalla is. Valhalla's gonna wait. Bala's
I
taking a
skip him.
nap.
Yeah, I skip him. I skip him. It's true.
No, he's laying on the bed, man. That's
I
against the
just
rules.
say, I just say, you see me now.
I'm sorry. You know, I tell you guys, enemy of progress. He will just pretend as if he doesn't know you were there. Thank you, OVA, for doing a good citizen's job of finding the truth. Thank you.
Our country is facing invasion, so we have to be patriotic.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But Hala, I will let you just take your 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Talk about whatever you want.
Yeah. So when we were on Dr. Damage's show moments ago, hours ago, was it Mr. Obiora or something like that? He came here and said that I said I did not talk about the kids that are dying in Borno or something like that. He just took me out of context, fueled a narrative that suits him, and just said the things that he said. And if you recall, what I said was that when I look at what is happening to the Palestinians and the kind of evil that, even though the world was watching, nothing could be done about it. It pained me twice, because first, I'm a Muslim. Second, it pains me more because I'm African. Now, if this can happen to Arabs who, have significant wealth and influence, and you see the way Donald Trump even do parades for, people who come to talk to him on behalf of these people. If it were black children, what do you think would happen? Who fundamentally would have access to somebody like Trump? Who would you even listen to? That guy literally worships money. And it's only the Z's that have money, and that's why the Z's control him, and that's why he's their dog. And if they say jump, he jumps. So it is what it is. But there is something also here that I don't want to fall into. I don't want to fall into the trap of pessimism. There is so much pessimism. In fact, since this news broke, and I spent the whole day, arguing. At home, I argued with people. I argued when I went out. But you see, sometimes some things happen, and in this chaos, OVA, you are falling into that trap too of having so much certainty about the future. Just because there is a realignment does not mean necessarily that America is going to come off on top. China could win. China, Russia could win. We could also end up in a nuclear winter. Who knows? When these things begin to happen, nobody knows where it's going to end. Nobody has monopoly of so it has to be measured. There is a level that you can take things to without escalating further. And if there is miscommunication, fundamentally, everybody can be effed. So let's understand that too while we are strategizing. So right now, I do not even trust the internet enough to say the kind of ideas that I have. So what I will say is that this has set some things in motion, right? And Uwe is talking about spheres of influence, this, that. Yeah, it's normal. Like if you watch before a horse dies, it gives the final kick. It keeps kicking. So if you are close, it may kick you. So maybe it's just kicking Venezuela. But the reality is that the dollar is dying, and people do not really understand. It's not really about the oil. Like Venezuela's oil is not that good. It's the thick stuff. The refineries in America were meant to blend it, but it's not the best kind of oil because there are so many metals in it. It's about the petrodollar. Actually, that's what it is about. Because the BRICS nation, a day before yesterday, they invented their own new system. It's now in the trial phase. Now that is the reason why Trump, had to move. There was no time. Any delay meant that. And you see all these things happening with Nigeria dropping bombs and just there are signals, but that does not necessarily mean that they are going to win. So all these people that are salivating about the destruction of their country and their people, may God, anything you wish Nigeria, may God wish it on you and your grandchildren and your generation. Inshallah, that's just what I say to people today, and I will just say, okay, if this is where America is going, then now China is watching, Taiwan, they are shivering, the Middle East, everybody. So if this is a trigger moment. Rearmament will spread, alliances will harden, neutrality will be punished, weak states will be reorganized without their consent. If you choose to be weak, good for you. But me, I don't wish to die. I don't wish to end my lineage. So I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight hard, man. Let me just leave it at that. I'll talk later.
I really appreciate what you just said. That was quite a statement, the way you put it. I really appreciate that. There's a video.
Sorry, I want US to win, so I'm very clear on which side I belong to. US.
Yeah, of course. You don't want to be sent back to Nigeria now.
Yeah, you did there now. That's all.
So you want US to win, whether it means that they may come and exterminate us, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
None of them mean well, so I don't know why would I.
Why don't we ever couch our statement with that caveat that okay, I want them to win as long as they mean well for us.
Because I'm too old to be learning how to speak in another language.
So that's the cliche that one other American soldier made.
And I live in America.
See, the point is that whether it is good for your lineage, if they are choosing to, if they tell you, if America has a plan to go and destroy Nigeria, are you going to say you want them to win?
You said what?
If they have a plan, their plan is for them to win, they need to destroy Nigeria. Are you saying you want them to win?
Why not? I'm here.
So you are still, you are still going to advocate all Nigerians should be exterminated.
What do you mean?
I'm saying
I will support where I am. I have to survive.
Hold on. So you are saying that hold on, let me ask now. So I'm clear on what you are saying, because I'm not sure you understand the question fully. Okay. You are saying if what it takes for America to win involves destroying Nigeria completely, decimating the population, and basically turning Nigeria to Somalia. You are fine with that?
Where will I be when that is happening, here or Nigeria?
You might be in America. You might choose to go to Nigeria. Depends, but it doesn't matter.
I am now. Anywhere there in the house.
So the place you are in, just because you are in America, you support the decimation of your homeland.
My survivor first, right?
Okay. I guess we know where you stand on that one. Opinion is opinion. You see our people where they are logic.
I'm not gonna survive first.
Hold on. You are still gonna die. But you're gonna die for free.
He's chosen a side. He's chosen a side.
Just in case you didn't know, breaking news: you will still perish. Welcome, eccentricas. And what do you make of all this? You've been listening to the contributions, which I must say are quite diverse here. So what do you make of the discussion? 5 minutes.
Thank you, forefathers. So one thing with on the politics, I don't understand his position at all sometimes. He's pretty confusing sometimes. I don't know. I gotta be honest, I don't know when he's trolling and when he's being serious. I need somebody
between China and America and with America. I said it.
Even this statement right now, I don't know if he's being serious, because I know he's smarter than that. So it's very confusing, man. I don't know when he's being honest. You know what I mean? So, anyways, what happened in Venezuela is pretty unfortunate, right? 2026 is starting with a bang. I'm telling you, I don't know for you guys, but for me personally, it's starting. It's like, it's like there's a paradigm shift, and this is like the tail end of the worst part of it. After this part, there's going to be a paradigm shift. There's something going on in this, with humanity. You know what I'm saying? There's some going on. What Trump did, went to a foreign country, kidnapped the leader and brought him to America. It's crazy. It's like the most craziest stuff ever. It makes me question everything humanity stands for. What do we even believe? Do we even have any type of rules? All our rules, is it just made up? Are we in the Twilight Zone? You know what I'm saying? This is like a Twilight Zone situation right now. Do we have rules? Does this even make sense? You know, from Epstein file, we saw what's on that in the file, and it hasn't been completely released. Like, it just makes me question this whole thing called humanity. Honestly,
It shows you, sorry, it just shows you who is controlling the world, who is in power. You know, there was a protest against.
It's not about who's controlling who. These people are like us. They're humans, like we are. There's something really deranged with this species, man. Like we're in a turning point, right? So, you know what I mean? Like there's a paradigm shift. Of course, Maduro has been ousted, right? But
protesting for the right they're protesting on their streets that it's their right to, right? To do it.
Let him finish, please, Bala, so that you don't take his
They are
time.
controlling America, man.
Yeah. So anyway, Maduro has been ousted, but Maduro. Most people don't understand Maduro. He might be a dictator or whatever that we are told, but he's not really a dictator like that. It's a movement. The Sandinista is a movement. He still has the people that are Sandinistas down back there. The vice president is still there. The military is still there. Trump was talking about the second phase because I don't think he has a plan for the second phase. Getting rid of Maduro is just a political stunt. What's going to happen next? What will happen next, right?
And I don't. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Oti. It would have been good for you to be around for when the conversation.
I've written something, so that is for that was what I wanted to say, really. So
okay, all right then.
Okay, make sure
if you have time, you can come back.
Go to bed at the right time. Follow the law. If the law say go to bed 10 p.m., be at bed 10 p.m. Okay, it's very necessary.
Let me just share this thing. This may be informing the U.S. Position. These reports have been coming through fast and thick. This report,
right?
This is what is making the U.S. very paranoid. And this is not the first. This one is 2025. It came 2022. They have been saying they are targeting 2027. That by that time they can't stop China anymore. Basically, and you can see the rapid action that is going on. Look at Syria was attacked today by what am I saying? I think that's British and France attacking Syria. So this is what is going on.
That's coalition of the willing. Remember?
That's what is going on. They are struggling for power now, and they know China is coming. And maybe that's the game China too. That's why China is so quiet. They know their time has not come. So they don't get up as if they can't see it. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Or they are all in cahoots, pretending as if they are fighting each other, but behind the scenes, there is this professor that said that they are not maybe, he believes they are working together because of capital, whatever he described it as. He's a professor, he believes that that's what is happening.
Somebody
Somebody
said there was a three-way call between Xi, Trump, and Putin before they pick up Maduro.
Between Israel?
No, between the three of them, Putin, Trump, and Xi.
I won't be surprised.
On the Christmas Day, they had a three-way conversation on Christmas Day.
I will not be surprised. I will not, because China's interest is also involved in Venezuela.
Yeah.
They get away from there.
Those are nuclear guardrails. So Trump is just using it. It has been there since the nuclear proliferation treaty that the United States signed, and with the Soviet Union. So it's a direct line. It's still functioning just to prevent something that will happen that somebody will mistake for a nuclear strike. So that channel is always open to nuclear powers, except for the Z state that does not even acknowledge that it has it. So, and
yeah, normally you wouldn't have to do that with Venezuela, since Venezuela is not a nuclear power. You wouldn't have to do that. It's only when you are doing with a very, very close ally that has strong military ties with those nations.
Also to be aware of their investment on ground, because since they want to carry out bombing and all that, so it's for them to protect their investment on ground already. Because by the time you start bombing both the state property and the investments of the Chinese, and then you are asking for a bigger negotiation. So that's part of the call.
And Russia may be playing a funny game here, whereby they are saying, take the rest of the world, but keep going. And when you keep doing this, we will take Ukraine and maybe even go further into Ukraine. Maybe that's the game they're playing, but I don't think it's a very, very smart game, because you have to, if you ask me, Russia and China should be pivoting into the world.
Yeah, but to Nigeria,
not doing it yet.
in negotiating table, you don't necessarily get what you want. You take what you get.
Trump gave them assurance that he will sell oil to them, like the oil will keep coming. He actually said their interest is kept. He had to say that.
No, he will say that now. And that, to be fair, Russia and China, they have enough oil to satisfy each other, to be fair. So that to them, that is not a very, very big threat. And they don't seem to be that concerned if America wants to take over its neighborhood. But America seems to be concerned when they say that they want to take over their own neighborhood. So my fear is that they are being agreement. Pardon? You were saying?
So Sun Tzu, in his strategy of war. So China's game is always the long game. It's different from the American one that you see them. It's kind of different, but they're moving the chessboard at their own pace, at their own rate, and they're going towards somewhere. So that's why I'm saying nothing is yet settled yet. So nobody should just think that one power has won. I just wish that
by a long shot.
We have to speak from where we are coming from as Nigerian, right? Who has the upper hand? Who has the more influence? That's where we are going to speak from. That's what when I say
who has the more influence. China. No one of them you can underrate right now.
I think many of these countries may just be dancing the tune of America.
You can just take your biases, because the reason America is breaking out.
Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Where is Tinubu right now?
Forefather, let me say something before I leave, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I saw you had a timer for everyone, and when I started talking, everyone to start talking when I'm talking. Here's the thing: most people that come on this panel, especially on your show, they need to go do ADHD freaking. They need to go test themselves for ADD, bro. I'm telling you, like they're like impatient. They don't follow order. They don't know how to follow order, right? You know, you're trying to implement a rule. Like if you listen to Tony's session yesterday, it was refreshing, man. You know, like that's why I'm like, you know, I don't even want to interject. You guys need to go do ADHD test, man. See if y'all got ADHD. This is crazy. I'm out of here, man.
Sorry, you.
That's funny because I used to tell him he probably had
ADHD now.
That guy need to go do some tests.
Now you was supposed to go do the test.
I wanted to have.
I wanted to just say sorry you are alive.
Hold on, Valhalla. I wanted to have someone like Oti have a conversation about these things, and then I moderate so that we can get some depth in what was going. That the issues that arises from the capture of Maduro. But that said, they are not here now, and I think we've gone how many hours? 2.5 hours. So I wanted to play a video of Maduro arriving in the US. I think there was a video of him here. I don't know where the video has run away to. Okay, that's it there.
New York, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I have you all the way. I'm just moving forward towards it a little bit. I'll be off your right rear.
That guy no get proof. I will take care of him good. So I don't know.
This stuff could blow up in Trump's face if he's not careful, because it's not as clear cut. It's not like Noriega that is a well-known drug dealer or something like that. This is a country that has a lot of oil, And technically, his government is still intact. I don't know why Trump said they're going to just start running the country, but we'll see how everything shakes out. Maybe the world order has truly changed, where suddenly you see European countries line up. Oh, Trump. And this is the kind of colonization. If America starts running it, that's direct colonization. They're basically going to.
They have started.
European countries are going through the back channel to get the Chinese currencies. So he knows. First to ask, yeah, they're going through the back channels to get enough of the reserves in case if the dollar falls. And the Chinese are systematically dumping a lot of US treasuries and bonds. So that is economic. The Chinese are responding, but not in a way that you expect. So where over here they talk, say this, if you sabi fight with your leg, somebody sabi bite with him mouth, somebody na stone sabi throw. So fight, and we don't know who go win.
Of experience, America has been here over and over again. So
5,000 years, 5,000 years, man. 5,000 years civilization.
Anybody why I know? So why should I?
Don't be, okay. I never choose side. It be like say you don't choose side, but just know say. You just know. I don't. The thing I want to make you know say one kind of arrogance they enter any failing power. We don't see them with Rome. We don't see them with the Ottoman Empire. We don't see them with the Greeks. We don't see them with. So this last kick arrogance, maybe not the time. No. But if it maybe not. But we'll see. I keep my eyes open, man. I just have to be looking at my backyard. I have to get ready for myself.
Okay. Let me share something. Hold on. Let me just share this video about the possibility of maybe this is what is going on in the world already. Maybe we've not caught on yet. So let me play this. Is this Professor Jiang? Let's hear his submission.
Just exhale for a second and say this plainly. Because every time I speak on Israel, people think I'm talking about ghosts, theology, prophecy, metaphysics. I'm not. Not tonight. Tonight, I'm talking about ports, about routing, about infrastructure that has already been priced into the century and that no moral outrage will reverse. Look, people keep trying to understand Israel as a moral puzzle, a democracy under strain, a covenantal people under siege, a religious state fighting for self-definition. That's Bible seminary language placed on top of a 21st century logistics empire. Israel is not a state. It is a command node. And if you understand it as a command node rather than a polity, the silence, the abstentions, the diplomatic breath holding all start to make sense. Not emotionally, not ethically, but structurally. So let me slow this down the way you always ask me to. The 20th century ran on Suez. The 21st century will run on the Ben Gurion Canal. And whichever node governs the corridor that replaces or bypasses Suez doesn't simply control a waterway. It controls the hinge between the Indo-Pacific manufacturing belt and the Mediterranean Atlantic finance belt. That hinge becomes the price-setting mechanism for energy, data, shipping premiums, robotics deployment, and AI defense architecture. Israel is being positioned not as an embattled nation state, but as Pax Judaica commercial, deterritorialized, networked, and permanently securitized. I know that sounds esoteric, but it isn't. It's just dull supply chain math. You do not need 40,000 feet of ideology to explain why China and Russia abstained. You do not need theological conspiracy to explain why the Gulf quietly acquiesces. You need one sentence. The corridor is worth more to capital than Gaza is to conscience. I am not saying that with cruelty. I am saying it with diagnostic precision. Because until you understand how capital sees Israel, you will keep misreading this century as moral tragedy when it is, in fact, infrastructural succession. Let me say this again, slowly, because most of you don't hear it the first time. Israel is not being preserved because of the past. It is being preserved because of the route. The Ben Gurion Canal plus Haifa ports plus Gulf reconstruction funds plus Indo-Pacific labor inflow equals the most valuable trade corridor constructed since the British seized Egypt to guarantee Suez. This is not about religion. It is about the next 70 years of maritime routing. Now, yes, you will say, but what about democracy? What about genocide? What about norms? What about the UN? What about the indignation of the world? All of that is real. None of that is binding because the age of conscience ended when capital became post-national, when port access mattered more than public opinion, when AI surveillance contracts outpriced human lives, when Reconstruction Futures started trading before the destruction phase was even complete. I know some of you hate when I talk like this, when I remove the romance from geopolitics and show you the warehouse ledger beneath the anthem. But someone has to. So let me strip this down. Israel is not defending itself. Israel is clearing corridor real estate. The global elite are not conflicted. They are already invested. China needs the corridor for Indo-Pacific offload. Russia needs it for energy south flow. The Gulf needs it for capital multiplication. Europe needs it for non-Russian, non-Iranian routing security. And the US needs it to maintain pricing sovereignty without direct territorial burden. Everyone benefits, except the people who actually live on the land. That is why Gaza feels like a scream trapped in foam. It is not that the world cannot hear Palestinians, it is that the world has already written their land into forward contracts. This is why I've said repeatedly that the 21st century is not multipolar, it is infrastructural. Polarity implies ideology and nation. Infrastructure implies corridors and command nodes. Israel is the central node, not culturally, not spiritually, not even militarily, but logistically. The Gaza corridor will not simply move ships. It will move surveillance systems, robotics outsourcing, biometric labor importation, desalination megaprojects, and AI borderless management systems. What does that mean in plain language? It means Israel will not be a country. It will be the clearinghouse of the next trade empire. And that empire will not fly a flag. It will issue contracts. You must understand this if you want to stop hallucinating that the world is confused. The world isn't confused. It's aligned, quietly. You ask, but why does China tolerate Zionism? Because it sees infrastructure, not eschatology. You ask, why does Russia abstain? Because south flow routing matters more than ethics. You ask, why do Gulf monarchies endure humiliation? Because corridor access prints sovereign wealth. This is what I mean when I say Israel is not a state. It is Pax Judaica, not as theological destiny, but as logistical dominion. And yes, there is a metaphysical layer. There always is when the Levant becomes the pivot of empire. But metaphysics only matters because it provides the narrative shield while the concrete dries. Some of you want me to condemn, to rage, to moralize. I understand that impulse. But moral language cannot interrupt a corridor once contracts are signed. The canal will be dug. The software will be installed. The labor will be imported. The surveillance will be normalized. And Palestine will be the erased preface to the infrastructure chapter of the 21st century. That is not my wish. That is the ledger. All right? I need to breathe for a moment. Because when I say these things, I am not speaking from abstraction. I lived inside the empire's schoolhouse. I memorized its hymns. I inhaled its self-mythology. And I only escaped the narrative when I left the jurisdiction. If I had stayed in the West in tenure tracks, in Yale Seminary meritocracy, in newsroom patriotism, I would have defended the canal as modernization. I would have called corridor clearing a regrettable necessity. I would have become another bilingual manager of empire's moral anesthetic. China gave me distance. Distance gave me clarity. So let me finish with something unadorned. The horror in Gaza is not a malfunction of the world order. It is the precondition of the next version. That sentence is brutal. It is also true you do not have to accept Pax Judaica. You do not have to endorse the canal. You do not have to admire transnational capital. But you must stop pretending that the 21st century is waiting for your permission. You cannot condemn what you refuse to diagnose. You cannot resist what you continue to sentimentalize. Israel is not the front line of a civilizational clash. It is the administration center of a maritime algorithm. Ports, not prophecies. Corridors, not covenants. That is the reality beneath the anthem, beneath the outrage, beneath the televised grief. It is not right. It is not just, but it is already built. And if you want a future where Palestine is not a cautionary footnote of capital, you must learn to see infrastructure before ideology. Because the era of moral language governing power is over. The root governs now, all right? That's enough for tonight.
Know that
Forefather.
you know.
Well. Sounds like something you will say, but looks like it's AI read that.
You remember?
No. I think he's a human being. I think we know him. He
Yeah,
sounds
I know,
like
but it doesn't come off like him. It's too. The accent is a little bit off.
If you remember last week,
Doesn't talk like this. Can you just run a check on it? Just run a check on it.
Let me check.
Yeah, check, because this one don't they raise in head now. It's like saying in the here for.
No, that's not him. That's not him.
That's not him. You know, if you know him, that's not the way he speaks.
That's definitely, he has a Chinese accent.
Sounds like something a Zionist state will put out, you know, to just make you accept that reality.
He put it out, but then they used his. There was a voiceover. So
they enhanced it.
Because it's channel. It is channel.
That's saying what he already said in other.
Yeah, you know that because it does big lectures, then they start cutting his lectures bit by bit. If it's not, because what he said there, to be fair, it doesn't even matter whether it's fake. The question is, what was said, does it bear any resemblance to reality?
I'm glad people are seeing it. When I talk about surveillance, like I came on here, I told everybody, this is all about surveillance. It is they're programming people. I've told the people in the back a software that we were trained to use back in 2007, which they're using now, and this is what they're going to be using a lot all over the world to control you guys. And what they're basically doing is looking at behavioral models, and they're looking at, and I'm talking about everywhere from law enforcement to defense industry, and they already know the subservient people. Most of them, they already know where they are.
I heard that our water sources are even targeted.
Africa, South America, this is where they are. Then they already look at IQ models. Unfortunately, they think the lowest IQ people come from Africa. Then next, South America. There's something they would say which used to sound offensive. They would compare Coco the gorilla that had an IQ of about 87 to Africans whose the average IQ is 67. 67 IQ is borderline the R word. Not borderline, you're basically the R word. I don't want to. So
it's just a narrative.
Right. So now where are we? They're programming people, and this is why when I come on, I talk about things like the First Amendment being trampled upon by the same group of people, and you have people in the comment section say, "Oh, he just doesn't like Israel." No, it's not. It's because
they don't understand.
Every finger is pointing back there, and the world is reshaping. But they've learned from the past that people will protest and people will fight back. But how do we do it? This time we're going to do it mentally, and then we're just going to make people feel like they're giving it up themselves. And how do we make them feel like they're giving up?
And you'll be happy.
We're gonna make them fight each other. For one, that's one aspect of it. They'll fight each other, and then we'll say, "We're trying to protect you, and we're protecting you from this person because you have to have a boogeyman." And then, but for us to protect you, we have to take away this right. You have to give us the right to, for example, monitor your finances, monitor your life. Then now we need data about your health. Now, your guys are going to find out,
yourself.
and it's unfortunate most people are going to find out too late because again, a lot of people don't listen.
Oh, Father, last week, remember I asked you when I was making my presentation that Israel was put there for a reason. And until you find out that reason, you should stop giving them that credit that you think they are all that. No, there are tools in some of all this. And I was trying to, every time here, even one brain says,
No, they say they put themselves, who put them? Them put themselves. No, they put them like say they put them. Who put them? Now you put them.
States that is created less than 100 years ago. So
See this guy, now you create them.
I think both
Now
things
them
can
put
be true
themselves
now.
there.
Both things can be true, depending on how you look at it now.
Now narrative in the London narrative right here.
There is a speech Trump
Okay, you know, say I really enjoyed that our discussion.
Bahala, let one at a time. Bahala, let him speak.
I want to go sleep, Seth.
There's a speech that Trump delivered February. I don't know if people still remember when he referred Gaza as a paradise. That's how they're going to make it. I don't know if you guys see that. Go back to that speech and listen to the speech again. There you go. Understand exactly what you just played. So what am I trying to say here? With all these things, it don't pass. We just that's when I thought I have taken a decision. It's been long decided how everything is going to go. So no matter how you struggle, reach.
Look at just 2 weeks ago. Netanyahu, of a war criminal, is signing a $35 billion deal with Egypt next door, a so-called claiming Arab nation.
All these Arab nations are vassals.
So you see what I mean? That it means that it lends credibility to what the professor is saying. That there's something else going on here, where all these nations just seem like they can't suddenly do anything. They pretend as if they can't do anything. All of them.
I'm going to bed, but forefathers, please, sorry guys, let me just say bye. I just want to say this. In the Quran, there is something God says. They plan, but Allah plans, and Allah is the best of planners. So don't forget, as much as there is good, as much as there is evil, there is also good. The resistance exists. Even amongst them, there are some whose conscience will judge them to do the right thing. So guys, I will not give up. Good night.
Yes,
don't give up
until the end. Those that think that they don't want to do anything about it, thinking that they're going to live forever, I hope you do, but odds are that you can't, because the same, we are all going to end one way or the other.
But forefathers, I always ask you this. I say, you always harp. That's why you select. You always harp about, oh well, we need weapons and we need this and we need that.
Yes.
No, I mean, I'm being serious right now. Okay, and when you say these things, with what we got on the ground right now, how in the last 30 years did you think? And I'm being generous, giving you the last 30 years, because I should say maybe in the last 20 or even 15. Well, how in the last few decades do you think Nigeria will have armed itself to the point where it will dissuade a superpower like the United States from coming in? Because let me tell you guys something else that's going to shock you. Israel is going to interfere with Nigeria's next election. You can take it to the bank. But you can go ahead and answer.
Everybody.
You said they're going to benefit? Is that what you said? Sorry.
No, I said they're going to interfere.
Let me answer the question. Over here, hold on. See, the question about what would have been prevented them, it's not about necessarily fully being able to prevent it. It's about being able to deter it to an extent.
That's what I'm saying. How would you have gotten the weapons, is what I asked.
Because
primarily weapons, because that was always your position.
Let me try to speak, please.
So I'm clarifying so we don't stray.
Good. Because the precursor to being able to develop such technologies, you need a minimal amount of security. You have to have a minimal amount. You can't just go and start from just 5,000 soldiers. You say you want to go and start developing advanced technology. Your scientists are not going to make it. You know, they take out scientists and people like that in society to make sure that that society remains without such knowledge. So one of the things they had an issue with Iran is that they discovered that Iran's nuclear technology has speculated enough.
Forefathers, how would you have done it for Nigeria? I mean, come on, we're going to start going around.
Maybe it will be there. The answer that I'm giving you, the answer you're looking for will be in what I'm saying. That they discovered that the Iranian population have absorbed that knowledge so much that it will be almost impossible to eradicate it from the population. Now,
what knowledge?
The knowledge to build nuclear technology. So that's why they gave up in that direction. Now they just want to change the regime one way or the other. That said, if I wanted to do it, first things, you have to have order. That's the minimum you have to start from. You have to have local security. You have to have a level of deterrence internationally. Then you go ahead and start doing your own thing.
How do you have level of deterrence internationally?
The level of deterrence you can have internationally is that, one, you make it expensive for them to try to stop you, whatever level you are in.
How?
Let's say, by building the necessary security outfits to make sure.
Like what for father? We can't just be throwing words around it.
Do I need to tell you how other countries did it? I don't need to.
No, you have to tell me. I mean, I've given you a little insight of what you tell me, because
no, I'm not going to give you my plan here. I'm not going to give you precise plans here. Why would I give you precise plans here?
Because there's no plan. Let me tell you, everything you said, everything you said, it is very easy to poke holes in them, because this is what America does. You're saying we're gonna build law and order. Well, you don't have law and order. So where do you go from there? Oh, we're gonna move the technology in a way where it'll be all over. Basically, the society, it's all over in the society. They can't do anything about it. Okay, unfortunately, that's not what.
You just say something that is not. It's just completely out of nowhere. Build law and order. I never said anything about building law and order. I said you need to be able to protect yourself to a level first. Then you can start building the technology from there. If they try to stop you, you make it costly. The idea is that if you have $10 worth of technology, you make it $100 expensive to take away that $10.
Sir, this is my question again, and please try not to mute me and try not to get cross.
And try to keep it very.
Try not to get cross, because you maybe have a difficulty answering. It would be fair. Take away your emotion from it and just engage, because you do this. You don't. It's not.
It's snipey all the time.
It's not a zero-sum game. All right. Don't tell me just talk. I just gave you. This is why I say Africa. I promise you, Africa is going to fine. Africa is going to be enslaved, whether you guys like it or not, because most of you have this tendency. Good. So now, because most of you have this tendency where you don't listen. And you tend to try to, can I stop trying to interrupt him, sir? Please, I'll ask you your question. I'll answer. Let me just speak. It's not a zero-sum game, and you don't have to win. We can't just come here and throw words around. For example, I just even gave you an idea of something I didn't even want to say on the air about a software. But of course, because you guys love not to listen. Now, this is. You knew about Palantir? Go ahead. Tell me about you knew about Palantir. You knew about it in 2007? You knew about it in 2007 that I mentioned? I didn't know about it in 2007. So what you knew so again, stop coming here trying to act like, you know what, I'm just kidding.
No, I didn't say I knew
so
about
it. So anyway, let me just continue. Anyway, so my question is, we cannot just come on here and just start talking about things that just throw words around. How do you intend to make it difficult for this potential invading body to come into? You said you make it costly for them. How do you intend to do that? I think everybody would like to know. Stop telling us I'm not just going to say it because I don't feel like saying it.
Yes,
because
I
you don't
won't.
have an answer for it because it's impossible.
Okay, I don't. If that's going to make you feel better, feel better. But I've told you the basics. I've already told you that you make it costly for them. If you cannot figure that one out, good luck on you. That is what any other nation does. You build your security network in such a way that other people cannot be able to take what you have without it costing them too much to even bother doing that. That is what you do.
So you build your security network, meaning it all goes back to what people like myself, OT, and the rest have been saying, and Tony, meaning maybe you want to improve different facets of society. Those are also part of security because the weapons you were never going to get. This is what I'm asking you. How did you intend to get those weapons? How did you intend to get the technology? Let me land. You have no idea how to get these weapons, and you have no idea how to get the technology. Why? Because you are not technologically advanced to get it. You can't even pick up trash on your streets. Well, you think somehow you're going to sit here and tell us that Anthony Joshua almost died because you don't have freaking your emergency rescue don't even have the requisite training not to turn that man into a freaking vegetable. But you think you sit down and then you suddenly, I'm not going to tell you guys how I'm going to make the bombs. Go ahead and tell us.
Yeah, so regarding well, you talked about technology. You know, I keep reminding people the technology that they used to build the nuclear weapon, that was more than 70 years ago when there was barely any computer. Most of us have that kind of advanced technology lying around us. It's just that we don't have the will and the foresight to be able to tap into it and get things done. When people want to get stuff done, they will get it done. It's not as hard as you like to make it sound. Also, people like to believe. If you have the will, you have the way. I know that is very, very possible because our problem is just mental. It's not the ability, the fact that we can't do it. If you decide that you want to be able to do it, you have the people, you have the know-how, you put it together just like everyone else did. It's not rocket science. As a matter of fact, nuclear technology is old technology. Yeah, they are making it newer and all the rest, but it's old technology. If you're talking about like making microchips, I can even understand because that is really, really something very, very advanced that requires, nano level precision. Very, very hard to pull off. But that said, like I said, you make it costly for them. If you want to figure it out how you are going to figure it out. Like, when the art of war tells you what to do, it doesn't spell out the mechanism, how you can do it precisely, because the mechanism is there for you to understand as somebody that is tactical, to know what you need to do. That is how it's supposed to be done, not something you share publicly, the mechanism, let everybody. Everybody say we should get nuclear weapon. That is nuclear weapon. Everybody knows what that means. It doesn't mean I'm telling you how to put it together online here.
Forefathers, do you think there's anything that you could potentially know, barring you having had access to certain information which you haven't come across like you have, that you think is new that the government would not have already known on how to get these weapons? Do you think there's anything only forefathers knows on the planet?
Oh no! I'm not saying that at all.
So why don't? So what's always? Oh, I'm not. I can't say it. I can't talk about.
No. I'm not talking about that. No, that one is different. It's very different. That's from me. You're not going to get that. That's my point. But in terms of the government having the knowledge to do the right thing, I think they have the knowledge, but they are whatever they don't want to do it.
Are you talking about Nigerian government?
I think that's what he's talking about.
Yes. Well, I was talking in general, Mr. Abba, but I mean primarily Nigerian government.
Yes, no, I'm talking to forefathers. I'm asking forefathers referring to Nigerian government that they have what it takes.
Yeah, they know what it takes to get it done.
Done.
So if they wanted to build nuclear technology, if they wanted to secure the country, they know what it takes. But they
people
don't
that
want to
don't have a light, people that doesn't have a light in some places for even weeks.
Yes,
The
because
same country.
they don't want to walk that path. If they want to walk that path, they know it's not going to go well for them. That's why they don't do it. Look at Maduro, what just happened to him. They don't want to dare. They've seen what happened to Libya. They've seen what happened to Saddam Hussein. They are the kind of people that are very, very scared. You know how
For
people are.
the basic infrastructure, they do not even do it yet. Some of those things that you think that they know how to do, but they will not do it because they dare to do it. The consequences will be severe. But the common things to provide for their people, they know how to do that, and they are not doing it as well.
They are doing. You see, you remember Nigeria was a little bit more functional before. Before it got now, so Nigeria didn't deteriorate in one day. It was gradual deterioration. They were performing worse and worse and worse and making sure things are working. That is the problem that we have. Even when technology is advancing, when all those things should be easier to do, but they are still struggling to even do them. So things are getting worse. I gave you one of the
But
examples I
what is
gave
the
was
reason for that? What is the reason for that? So because are
deliberate
you telling me?
misgovernance. Deliberate misgovernance. That's the reason I gave you the example. Look at this example that makes it very clear for you to see. 2022, our national budget was $49 billion. 2024, it was $28 billion. They've misgoverned the country to a point where things are harder for them to fulfill for the people. Sometimes they go up, then they go down, but they go further down than they go up all the time. That is the problem. That is
Yeah,
why the
that
country
is,
is
and
not
I
heading
think
anywhere.
in the nutshell, the outcome of it is that they cannot deliver in whichever look at it, thinking that okay, if there's a willingness, there is the brain is there, but then it's all joined. Since there is no functional government that can provide the basic need of the people, road, hospital, and the rest of them, and now the infrastructure is very poor. So I understand that okay, we people that if we are willing to do it, we can do it. I don't think the willingness is there, and I don't think that our people, the government, understand how to govern. And because they don't know how to govern, they don't even have some certain expectation that is not around them and their immediate family. And they don't have plan how to say how my race is going to be, what will be life after I live here, what legacy are they living for. So since they don't have that common sense, is a big head, empty brain. So I don't think they don't. Like I think will be recolonized in one way or the other. So, I think the way the pace we are going as African, it bothers me because I don't think it
I'm
bothers me
almost in
a lot.
agreement with you. I'm almost in agreement with you. You can. Do you know Venezuela? Their security posture is even stronger than that of Nigeria.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Yes.
look at what
Yes.
happened to them.
Papa,
What else has our
just
leaders
to
got?
put
Given how we are behaving.
just to put things in perspective about Venezuela, I don't think we should it's all doom and gloom. At least currently, the reality on ground in Venezuela is that yes, correct, they've been successful in taking out Maduro, but the US government have not yet fully achieved their entire goal. They've partially achieved their goal, so it's not yet all doom and gloom. So why am I saying that? The military is still intact. They are still in support of the Chavista movement. They are still in support of the Bolivarian movement. The vice president is officially the president of that country. He has not yet officially admitted that Maduro is out of power. They are still insisting Maduro is still the current president of the country, and US released their leader. So why am I saying this? The goal, like I said, if we understand US foreign policy, part of the goal is regime change in the process of complete domination of that country. And that have not yet been so, because for regime change to happen, it's not just taking out the leader, it's changing the overall political architecture. That is what regime changes. So for that to happen, there have to be a subsequent military coup. They took out the leader. The military have made it clear they are on the side of Maduro. Now, maybe it is to save face. That's a different conversation. But they've made it clear they are standing with him, because a typical regime change would have been, fine, the military may be complicit, but they would have taken power. There's no way the vice president of that country will still be sitting there. They would have taken power, then there will not be a transition to the opposition. But that has not happened.
Have you listened to Trump speech this morning?
Yes, I listened to it. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Obi, I get where you want to go. But he said, he made it clear at the end, they have not finished. They still have to, carry out, to paraphrase Donald Trump now, not in his exact words, but to paraphrase him, he made it very clear that they still have more to do to replace Maduro. So they've not actually been successful in completely replacing the political architecture in Venezuela. For them to do that, there has to be a coup, and they will take power. Then there will be a transitional takeover. But that has not happened. And the rhetoric, even though Donald Trump made it clear that that woman is the president, her rhetoric doesn't seem like she's cooperating with the US.
Yeah, I think to an extent, you have a point there, and this is why I'm saying I said earlier on that they blow up in Trump's face. It's also possible.
The president is not missing.
Hold on. Let me add to this. See,
that was my correct.
Can we not be talking over each other? Come on, man. Let's not do that. Let's not just start talking like market women that cannot even wait for each other to talk. I'm going to talk. I'm not going to take that long. Then Ovie can talk. Then we all can hear each other. And the viewers, most importantly, will learn something from what we are saying. So let me just say my piece. I heard what Trump said about some woman he's talking to. And I also heard him say, he knows that there are some bad actors still there, that they may still take some actions. So it's lending weight to what you are saying, that it's not like the Maduro government has fallen. They just captured their leader. Even if they bombed a few distant areas, the military is still intact. So, but you can also see that America will have a lot of, people on the ground trying to change the dynamics on the ground and trying to overthrow those leaders. If next tomorrow, you hear that the military and the vice president is still saying they want Maduro released and Maduro is still their president, this has failed. It has failed because the only thing you can get is you can get the civil war. That's the only. That's the next thing.
That's what I was going to say. But let me talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
They carried the president, maybe last year or last month or last week or a couple of hours ago. I don't think you guys understand taking out a vice president. Not be say something kidnap him, then go carry him. That's the most secure person in that land. They go carry him like saying, one small picking, you say regime never change. Make them begin to kill everybody and every regime change. I don't understand how Natizes they work.
Does it look like he was making himself very secure? He wasn't making himself very secure.
No, let me put it up. When Fidel Castro died, listen now.
If he was making himself very secure, they will not get to him.
The guy was living in a bunker. What are you talking about?
No, he wasn't living in a bunker. They said he wanted to go inside the bunker when they stopped him.
He was not living in a bunker. I'm sorry, he wasn't. That's why people are speculating. That could there be? He
wasn't hiding. He wasn't even hiding that much.
That's why people are speculating. Could there have been a traitor, or it's just basically?
Of course, there has been a traitor. Of course, there was a traitor.
Or could there be a behind-the-scenes negotiation? Because this is still a drama. Because you understand what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense for you to have taken over a president of the country and the political structure is still in place. I'll give an example. Okay, go on.
Let me finish. As I said, it happened a couple of hours ago. Okay, when I asked you if you listen to Trump, this thing, I want to make sure you hear specifically say that we are putting boots on the ground to effect the internal changes.
So that means they achieved all their goals.
Hold on now. As I tell you, it just happened a few hours ago. Anybody they follow them drag? No, yesterday share blood. That means there was a negotiation internally. The guy to just because he was negotiating for an exile, they no grief for him. So internally within themselves, of course, there is a negotiation. That's why there was no bloodshed.
So what do you mean there was no bloodshed? There were bombings everywhere. Why are you saying there's no bloodshed?
I mean, there was nobody in the palace was so they just go carry him and his wife. So when you say people give him up, of course, you do it. They like military. You know how military formation they work. So for them to happen smoothly like that within the military hierarchy, they don't sit down. Because
No, I don't know why you always say that. No, oh my God, how can you just say that?
Because to
No,
Nigeria,
if you are hold on. If you are saying somebody betrayed him in the military, it's one thing. To say the entire military sat down, then the government has already changed.
Nigeria, now because you just a follow event now, that's why you they talk like this.
Okay.
That's why you they talk like this. Come,
Trump.
Yeah, but you can't say what you don't have any evidence for. You can't just say stuff like that.
How many of their military warship they the corridor there as we speak today?
What has that got to do with anything?
You know, yes. How many of their warship they that assets within the last week?
Nigerian warship, none.
No, not Nigeria. I'm talking about the US.
There are a lot of them now.
Pretty much all of them.
Yes.
Which is that because of Maduro, they do.
Yes.
See, you never internalize the magnitude of waiting these people they work with. That's why they talk like that. Not be today events.
No, there is no magnitude. See, stop doing that. They are not Thanos. Just stop doing that. I don't like it.
Developing event. Okay,
it's quite cringe. I've never seen somebody talking about America like Atiku. America is some kind of invisible juju machine.
It's a developing
exactly.
Event.
Instead of it to say, see, let me say this. If it was like a palace school where everybody, like the top brass in the military, gave him up, it's going to seem like what you see with Jovenel Maurice. It's going to seem like that. And the government is going to change automatically, and you are going to hear them switching tone immediately.
Yes.
But what you are seeing now, and America will not need to be bombing everyone.
They sound like they are preparing for war.
It's not
they sound like, no, you're right. But that's what I'm saying. That means they've not
achieved
all their goals.
It's an extraction.
They've not achieved all their goals. That is
what is their goal, if I may ask you?
Their goal is to not just regime change, is to replace the Bolivarian government with an American puppet regime government. And
how many hours did they do that one? Or how many days or months?
Oh man,
so
come on
be
now.
patient. Teach us your food.
No, I hear what you are saying. If you are saying that we should wait and see what happens later, I can understand that. But for you to just say all the generals sat down and just give him up, there's no evidence for that.
To put things in context, I understand what Trump said. But if you hear what they are saying, they are preparing for war. They're not saying, oh, now we need to go back to democracy. Or if they had said they are going to carry out a re-election, we're having a different conversation. But they say they're going to war.
Let me ask you
this. The context.
Let me say this thing.
Who's preparing to go to war? The Venezuelan army?
Military, yes.
Hold on.
War with who? Us?
Yes, Uncle Sam, yes.
Where did you get that information that the Venezuelan military is saying that? One at a time. I'm not going to have this. Hold on. They said it. Can you please share the link?
Yes, I'll share the link right now. The defense ministry said that, they've activated all defense system now. But my criticism is not like, why is it too late?
They did say, hear one thing I just want to say. They did say, just like they said they were going to defend Venezuela till the last drop of blood. They're not going to do anything. What these generals are going to do is what always happens wherever there's a change in government such as this. Everybody is going to start posturing and positioning themselves for power. America and Israel are thinking they're going to put in Machado. It's not going to happen. Those general, the guy in charge of the Air Force, can I please land, sir?
Let him finish, even though I don't agree.
No, I want you to answer the question as you finish. It's part of the.
They're not. What's going to happen is what happens in situations like this. There's not going to be a war. They already took out the commander-in-chief. The same commander-in-chief y'all thought was going to hide in the Amazons, leave his palatial residence and go hide in the Amazons and fight back. It's not going to happen. He's going to be in the Southern District of New York. He's probably going to be arraigned on Monday or sometime next week, depending on his prophecies. Now, what's going to happen? The rest of Venezuela, there's a power vacuum right now.
No,
everybody's going to.
I don't understand.
So everybody is going to be posturing to become the next president, and whoever's going to work with America the best is who America is going to choose. It might be Maria Machado, We don't know. It might be the head of the Brigade of God, the Revolutionary Guard. We don't know. We don't know now. Anybody, they might decide to pick anybody. But right now, the interviews, rest assured, the interviews are going on. Whoever's going to serve America's interest is who America is going to pick, and that's who's going to be the next president of Venezuela, pending when America organizes and conducts a sham election just for the world to say, look, this is a democratically elected president of Venezuela. But right now, if you think the Venezuelan army or the Chavistas are going to go to war, which war? They already saw the missiles that rained on their ass. They don't want none of that smoke. It's over with. Forget about it.
Oh, Jide, when they strike Sokoto, what's in our government talk?
What do you say?
When they strike us in December, our government, what did they come out and what was their response?
They said they worked together with the U.S. government, right?
That's exactly for the
But that's not what Venezuela said. That's not what they said. The military is saying that they're going.
Hold on, Jide,
it's opposites.
Stop rushing. You know why they did that?
Why?
It's to appease the citizens.
Okay.
That's it. So that's what you are seeing playing out.
Wait. Is it the Venezuelan military or the Nigerian military?
Jide, we can't hold on. So we can't prove the counterfactual.
Let me say
what we are saying here. What we are saying here. Calm down. If you can share the link, that will help.
I will send the link right now.
I am not saying they did not say that. I'm not saying Jide they didn't say that. I am telling you why they say that. I'm not saying they didn't say it.
Yeah. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. See, the logic here is that Jide cannot prove into the future that they are not going to change their tune and then just do everything America wants. But as it stands right now, this is the comment they have made. And you are also saying, yes, that is what they say to save their face with their citizens. Maybe you are right. But let's see what happens in a couple of days. If the position remains the same, because that is different from the Nigerian position. If the position remains the same, and they having their position that they want Maduro back, then you know that the previous regime is still in place. The new regime hasn't taken over.
This is Reuters. You guys should follow. This is Reuters.
Let me confirm it, because this is why you have to confirm stuff. You can't just take what somebody else says. Venezuela defense minister. Let me share it so you can see it. But that's 16 hours ago, though. A lot of
Reuters said it, just like Ovi said. Doesn't it make more sense to you to echo?
16 hours ago is a long time, so given everything that is going on. So, but if this position remains 3 days from now, then technically, if it was a coup, that coup failed.
What do you mean? 3 days from now.
If they 3 days from now still insist that Maduro is their commander-in-chief and then the vice president is in charge at the moment, if they 3 days from now, I'm telling you that whatever coup has happened has failed, because they must have a reason for remaining in that position. Otherwise they will be like, okay, you know what, this is time to really talk to Americans, and see what I mean.
You don't take out the president. What is school first? Once you take out the sitting president, what do you take on the coup? What's school?
If you take out the president, the coup is to remove the regime, not just the head of state.
A coup is an internal rebellion, usually amongst the same rulers, members of the ruling party, to upstage whoever the head is.
It doesn't have to be a member of the ruling party. It could be people from.
I said usually,
and then both of us should come in agreement. That's agreement. So it doesn't. I'm just adding to it. So
the coup is happening within a country. No.
The government has to change.
This is a regime change.
Regime change is regime change. You have to change. It's not just the head of state. If the vice president is still in charge, the defense minister and all the key positions are still in place, then you haven't had a regime change. The ideology still remains. The belief in what they are doing still remains. So that is the context you want to look at this. That's why I said if they still hold this position, then the coup may have failed, at least in 3 days' time. They may still be overturned. Trump is saying that they know that there are some bad people still there. So America may still attack and ensure the remnants are defeated. So
you can't defeat the remnants. You can only work with them.
And then if you cannot work with them, what are you going to do? What if
I said you can only work. You can only work with them.
Yeah, but what if they refuse? They don't want to back down. They say, give us Maduro back.
But they have no choice. Then they're going to be joining Maduro in a cell in New York.
That's my point. Then they will have to fight. America will have to fight them again.
Father,
why is it echoing? Am I the only one hearing it?
I think maybe this now. Is he echoing now?
Echo one cell. It's you that is echoing. It's from you.
Oh, so that's me? I can't. I don't know.
I'm not hearing the echo. I'm not hearing the echo.
All right, let me go out and come back. I think. Hold on. Okay. I think it's cool now.
Right? If America achieve what they want, because we need to define that. Once they achieve their goal, every other thing is no matter. Right? So we need to know what is their goal. What is achieved? Everything is no matter.
I think Trump made it clear what their goal is. They want they want the oil flowing for free. Basically, that's what they want. And Trump has made that very clear. That's
the most important thing. So it doesn't matter how they structure their government, what comes after that. To them, it doesn't matter. To the citizens,
and selling petrol, selling crude oil to China in UN, I think it's a no-no. They don't want that. And they also want to control the tap to China, just in case China wants to misbehave.
So how the country govern itself from now on? I don't think they really care.
You went all the way back.
No, that's what they did to Japan. That's one of the reasons why Japan even attacked Pearl Harbor, because America was trying to block Japan's access to oil, petroleum product. So, and that could be part of the game America is playing. That's why they are going after these oil-rich nations to try to prevent access for China to be able to control those things. I don't know what game China is playing. Maybe China is waiting till 2027. I don't know. But in time, I think sooner or later, if America keeps strangling China like that, China may have to react. One way or the other. Can you imagine if Russia just goes around taking over nations too, like the way America is doing right now? That's crazy.
Yeah, but what Russia and China are doing is waiting for America to implode, which is happening, and it's sad. It's happening because what Russia and China are doing basically is kill all the goodwill you've had in the last 100 years. Let people look at you like a villain. Let people look at you like a despotic government. And then, especially since the economy is also crumbling, because it's not one thing. Valhalla says something very pertinent. He said, these are the last kicks of a dying horse. The empire is crumbling like the Persians, like the Greeks, like the Ottoman, like the Romans. So America is on the last vestiges of its empire, which is true, but they're scrambling and trying to get back the former glory. But the problem,
if that professor is correct, then that is not the case.
But the
kind of another Berlin conference here. That is what scares me.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
What that professor is saying, if that professor
in correlation to what I was saying.
Yeah, incorrect, because you are saying America is crumbling, but that may not be the case. It's almost like when the British was operating in Africa, people were thinking the Britain was crumbling because they're having dispute with France and all the rest. But by the time they knew it, there was Berlin Conference, and that just changed.
You have to go. Maybe you want to listen to him again, because that was his premise, that America is crumbling, and that was why he mentioned why they're trying to destabilize BRICS and why they're trying to stop the trading routes in the Mediterranean, and why they're trying to set up bases in places like Somalia. So that was what
that last video he's saying.
That was what he was saying.
Hold on. Why do you he asked critical question that I actually have been wondering too. He says, why do you think Russia keeps abstaining from this thing? China doesn't vote against certain things you think they will vote against, that is against their interest. They will not vote against it. And you see America attack certain countries, they would not just respond, they just give condemnation. That tells you that something else may be going on that way.
Because again, if forefathers try to listen to me, again, because America is crumbling and it is imploding, and what Russia and China are doing is basically a reverse of You do not interrupt the enemy while he's strangulating him. Well, not in reverse, basically what they're doing. While he's strangulating himself. So you're killing all the
You may be
goodwill.
right. You
And
may be right. You know that what you're
Can
saying.
I
You know,
say
you may be
something?
right. I'm not disputing
Can I
it.
say something?
But that there's also that argument that you shouldn't totally ignore.
I disagree with that.
Can I speak, please? Like,
Go
you see,
ahead.
everything we're talking about today, talking about how could there be a cahoots between even Russia and China with the West in some of these adventure they are implementing in Venezuela, in Syria, with Gaza. For me, looking at it, I'm always looking at the past when I look at this issue. And I'm always looking at the collapse of the Soviet Union. For me, I think everything we're talking about today, the legacy of the collapse of the Soviet Union is what we're suffering from today. The fact is, Russia and China, they are never the Soviet Union, and they will never be the Soviet Union, whether we like it or not. China may claim they are communists, they are Marxists, but they are never the Soviet Union. You see, what makes Soviet Union very special, and why the West, particularly the United States, spent almost trillions of dollars to ensure the collapse of the Soviet Union, was because Soviet Union was not just ideological. They were heavily militarized to provide balance of power. So what does that mean? Any country that resisted the West, the United States, Soviet Union was there to back them up. Any country that was under oppression from the United States, there could easily be a revolution that will be backed by the Soviet Union. And the best example is even in our backyard here in South Africa, back in Africa. South Africa, without the help of the Soviet Union, maybe their situation would have been like Gaza today. Without the help of the Soviet Union. Cuba that we're talking about, why is it standing, is due to the legacy of the Soviet Union. If you look at Venezuela's revolution, it happened post-Soviet era. The revolution in Venezuela, it happened post-Soviet era. And so as a result of that, they do not have a spine to lay on. The spine is not solid enough. Even though, yes, the people align with the government of Chavez, with the government of Maduro. They are driven by the ideology of the Bolivarian revolution. They do not have a spine to stand on because Russia is not able to offer that balance of power sufficiently. That is why it's easy for Uncle Sam to do what he's doing today. It's very easy. So the reason why I'm looking back is we need to understand that whether it is BRICS, it is the multipolar world, we need to understand that these groups, they are not militarized. So it's all lipstick service. It's all, you know, in fact, some members of that BRICS, they are also members, they are also vassal states or even partners with the West. And it's not driven by ideology. So it's a very loose economic movement that can easily be dispatched at any time. And China, mind you, China is a very weird country. Like I said, their foreign policy is not channeled to provide resistance for third world countries or countries that are resisting Western imperialism, because China do not have that capacity. So it's either they are very complicit or they actually align in conspiracy with the West, which is probably what's going on. We're listening to what that professor was talking about. But yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you. You are on mute.
Jide, Soviet Union no follow. Now America kill them. I think that is very important to know.
That's on mute. Okay, it's not.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can find more information.
Soviet Union no follow. Now America kill them.
Yeah, that was why I said trillions of dollars, almost trillions of dollars.
So
they spent. Yeah, that was what I said. Yeah.
And the Chinese now America make them.
Yes, in a way, yes. In a way, yes.
So all those should be considered. They are way ahead as far as I'm concerned. I don't believe they will lose or they are declining. That's my own conclusion. But
you don't think who's declining?
United States empire.
What do you, when they say a nation is declining, what do you call declining? When you use America's position today, is military strength thin? The economy is practically in shambles. The leadership is garbage. The people are divided. There's internal strife. There's fears of a civil war. What else do you call crumbling? Its influence all over the world has waned. People are looking at you with suspicion. Other member nations are looking at you with suspicions, like Valhalla was trying to say, which was what I was trying to say before. Everybody started talking over. Every country is waiting to dump your treasury bonds. China has been doing it systematically, at least for the last year. What else do you call crumbling if this is not crumbling?
Okay,
the United States is crumbling.
Okay.
All right.
I think he may have a point. He may have a point.
Can I respond before you
go ahead?
You understand? To say China is crumbling, that is to say, oh, somebody else were there before, or they were there with somebody else.
I didn't say China was crumbling. I said United States.
United States of America. Because if I ask you, in what did you access all these things? There's nothing. There's no comparison. So
I just said it. I just said everything, and I compare it to how past empires crumble. Of course, there's a comparison. It is passing through the same. Go ahead.
No empire has attained the level that United States has attained in history. None. Militarily, economically, what have you? None.
What does that got to do with an empire crumbling?
Let me finish now. I'm speaking. That's why I said there's no.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with an empire crumbling is the question. You said you cannot compare it. So tell us, at one point, the Greeks were at the top. They passed through the same problems, they crumbled. The Persians, same thing. Passed through the same problems, they crumbled. The Ottoman Empire, the Romans, same thing. The United States is happening again. What other example do you want?
Are you finished? No country on the planet Earth in history has ever attained the greatness of what America has achieved today. There is no comparison. I know what I said, and I know what I'm saying. So if they come out to say we are declining, I will accept that. America is reassessing itself in order to attain another height. It is because that height has never been attained by anybody, but that's why we kind of argue over that. So their economic declining, if they don't know why it's declining, then that should be a thing of concern. Their demography declining, if they don't know why it's declining, then that should be a thing of concern. According to their military resizing, if they don't know why, then that will be a problem.
So you think a empire is going to come out and tell people? Well, you think empire is going to come out and tell people we're declining? Let's say America comes. Let's say Donald Trump comes out tomorrow and tells the world we're declining. America is declining. What do you think the markets are going to look like by Monday evening at the close of the market day?
You are repeating the same thing in a different way, and you has not make me change my assessment. Okay, so it doesn't matter how you phrase it.
Because what you're saying is not correlating. Is the point I'm making?
It's not about.
You're saying
hold on,
it's just like when Rome was declining, right? Let's say we're in Rome right now. When Rome was declining, right, and then outsiders or philosophers or political scientists of that time are saying Rome is declining, and then we have all the Caesar of Rome talking about, well, who are we going to compare it with? There's nobody right now to compare with. Nobody has attained the military success that Rome has achieved up until now. Not even its economic success. That makes no sense. You can juxtapose with past civilizations that fell, past empires. There's nobody to contest America with right now. They're on top. We're on top. See what I'm saying? So that I'm just saying, like, it's not about, oh, I'm trying to change your mind. I don't have to change your mind. I'm just saying.
let me explain something about why
Sorry,
America.
let me let me finish because
Can I just say something? Jesus
No, I
Christ!
interrupted him. Fair enough. I interrupted him. I interrupted him.
I didn't want
People
him to
like
be going back and
to be
forth. So
rowdy.
anytime he interjected, I waited for him to finish. But you know they allow me
I
to
interrupted him. I
Yeah,
apologize.
but you spoke, then he spoke, and now
he
you want
never
to speak
allowed me
again.
to land my point. He interrupted
Yeah,
repeating
but I
the
want to
thing.
add something to what
America
you
is the
said
America.
before, so you can be able to respond and wrap them all up in one.
If the philosopher of those days
Hold on now. I want to add something to what you said, so you
sorry.
can respond to both of them. So
Sorry.
when you said America is the country that no empire has achieved what they have achieved, depends on how you are looking at it in terms of the magnitude of their technological advancement compared to the past. But if you are in terms of dominance, I'm not so sure because other empires they dominated for thousands of years, and America barely has lasted barely 200 years. You see what I mean? So it's quite different if you in terms of comparison.
When you say in terms of dominance, right? What is the influence of those the former empires you are talking about? But that's not the problem. Other empires never had military everywhere, right?
That's what I mean. The spread may be greater, the technology may be greater, but the dominance in terms of as being an empire, they dominated for thousands of years.
Rome had his military everywhere. That was how Africa got its name, because Africa was a Roman garrison.
Allow me to talk. Finish at least one point.
Go ahead. Now.
I mean, you guys make your stand. America is declining. You guys haven't changed it. I'm not. I mean, we are still on that. So you guys should allow me to talk, right? If the philosopher of those days are saying Rome is declining, it's not declining. Those are their time. Me, I'm the philosopher of my time, right? I'm seeing what is playing out before me, before my own lifetime, and I am saying this empire. Moreover, nobody agrees that they be empire before. It's unfortunate that we are accepting that America is an empire now. Nobody was agreeing before. But all of a sudden, America is an empire, America is an empire, America is an empire. Then from being an empire who is declining. I'm glad it's an unfolding event and it's happening in real time. We're not nobody say we'll go watch documentary tomorrow to say this is what happened. It's happening in real time. And the events are unfolding. So let me see who is going to contest what they are doing. They don't strike Iran. They don't strike Nigeria. They don't strike Venezuela. It's continuous. So let me see who is going to contest to say they are declining, right? So it is a conversation that is still ongoing. So there's no rush in concluding. Say, this is what is going to happen. It is happening, and I'm basing my evidence based on past history. They were here before. The economy don't decline before they come back. Everything that we think is happening now, they don't experience them before, and they come out on top. But most importantly, action is being taking place as we speak. It's no longer a narrative, or we are saying what is going to happen. It's happening today. Me and you gather here today because America carry out action, and everybody will think that is competing with them. Everybody is mute. We say that strategy, but we will see. We will see, right? At the beginning, people don't even believe them. Yeah, the people take them out serious. Yeah, the people take all this policy serious. But all of a sudden, everybody is back and is taking everything. So it's a good thing. So I
This
remember
is 12 minutes ago. This is 12 minutes ago. They published this thing, and they're talking about how it's still a little bit unclear about on the ground because the vice president is still talking all over the place, saying something about the worst thing that she can do is declare a transition when there is no transition. Because America seems to be putting its what do you expect? It's putting its economic interest first, and America could leave her in there as long as she does what the Trump wants.
But father, if she doesn't show strength, don't you think they will overlook her?
And they will try to overthrow her. But if the military is behind her, then they have a problem on their hands. Then they are back to square one again. Because remember, sometimes the military that is the problem is not even the person in charge. That the person that is in charge is the military behind him. They are the really chief.
What if they didn't do anything? They decide to say, okay, they will empower the people on ground now to carry out election, just as one bracer is saying, sham election, and they will empower the opposition. But we don't talk about the opposition.
They can do that. I think I think the strange thing is that I'm not even sure there is anything the opposition will give America that this government was not willing to give America. I think maybe some people like Rubio and some people that are welded against justice regime because they are the Sandinistas, they believe in the poor people and all those things, just want them out of office.
Yeah, that's
so,
what it is.
Yeah.
So they will carry out the election. If they don't do it now, they'll do it on that Democrat and they'll put that woman, the opposition.
But I wanted to ask though, as Americans, where do you think this is going to go in America in terms of the legal case? Because if you are trying to charge him with drug trafficking and being head of some kind of cartel, I don't think there's any case against him for that.
Well, there's no case against him where they put 50 million bounty on his head.
Yeah, because this guy has one of the largest oil reserves in the world. Why does he need to be a drug dealer?
Yeah, but
it doesn't
I don't
make sense.
I don't even think there is a case. Even all these cases are just shenanigans, are just charades.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm asking how is this going to go down in America? Because sooner or later, you can't just lock him up indefinitely. You have to try him sooner or later. How is he going to come out?
What do you think is going to happen?
What it might reveal is that American justice system is...
No, forget what it might reveal. What do you think is going to happen?
They'll lock him away.
To be honest, okay, if I'm to guess, this is like wild guessing. Trump is going to drag this on. They are not going to convict him of anything until Trump is out of office. Then the Democrats may choose to convict him of something very mundane, and especially if things have moved on in the nation, they'll just find a way to release him.
That guy is dead.
You think he's gonna die?
He's a walking dead man. Meaning, he's either gonna end up in Colorado or he's gonna end up in the one in freaking Illinois. He's not going anywhere.
What do you mean, prison?
Yeah, you Google it. But my point is, that's where he's going to end up, or he's just going to give him the Epstein treatment. Nothing else is going to happen.
That was what I wanted to ask.
Oh no! If they give him Epstein treatment, that is not going to end well for America because
he's either ending up in Marion or the other place where
you kidnap him for a crime.
Colorado.
If you cannot convict him for that, yeah, America may get away with it in terms of reality, its superpower, but it will damage America justice system itself, because now the justice system itself, they can't even carry out a proper prosecution of a case that they didn't have any evidence against and they didn't release the person. You see, I think they would have been better off assassinating him even than bringing him home. What is the point of bringing him to America when you don't have?
Well, the point of bringing him to America again, it all goes back to psychology. It's a lesson to the remaining world leaders. Look at what we can do to you. You do not toe the line. You don't fall in line. This is where you're going to end up. You're going to end up in next to El Chapo and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and whoever is still alive.
Yeah, I understand that.
Andre said, you know, if the guy has like local enemies who can give him that Epstein justice unknowingly. Like,
listen. Even there was something.
Who does it? They will hold the American government responsible if anything happens to him.
But it'll be hard to touch him. Like, how are you going to touch him? It's going to be almost impossible to touch him, whether pre-trial, post-trial. Because where they're going to put him in post-trial is like, it might as well be dead. You'll wish you were dead if they ever put you there. So you're better off dead, actually.
Democrats are going to strike a deal. If they don't have a case, they may have a case that we don't know of. But if they don't have a case, when Democrats come in, they will strike a deal and have him released.
What deal? What deal? To do what? The Democrats, why? Because the Democrats are not.
Because he's no longer president. He's not going to be president anymore.
Because the Democrats are not Americans. You think if there was a Democrat in power right now, you think if there was a Democrat in power right now, you think Maduro will still not be in prison? It don't matter who was dead. Necessarily, he'll still be in prison. It don't matter who's the head.
You're not understanding. Democrats, the way they go to their own war is different. Democrats, they tend to go to long wars. If you look at the way Trump is
Who told you that? Who told you? Who told you this is how Democrats go to war and this is how Republicans go to war? How did you even come up with that? Regardless of who was.
Don't you ever bother to read the patterns?
Dude, there's no pattern. Like you're just making that up right now. There's no pattern.
Democrats have often initiated the most devastating wars. They have always been in office when that happens.
You always say that it doesn't correlate, and I hope at some point. I hope at some point you will look back and realize that things like this are not patterned out, and say, "Oh, we're gonna go to." Hold on.
You can argue that correlation doesn't equal causation, but to say the correlation is not there, that is just like you are not even engaging.
No, I'm saying there's nobody that goes to war today in the United States and says the war generals sit down and make a war plan, and then we say, "Oh, guess what? We need to go. We can get this done in 5 days." And Barack Obama says, "Oh, wait, you do realize I am a Democrat, right? So we have to go to a long war so people like forefathers don't get confused." It doesn't work like that, bro. Like nobody goes to war and say, "I'm a Democrat, we're going to have long wars. I'm a Republican, we're going to have long wars." It just probably happens to be that way.
Yeah, because of their ideology, the way they look at the war they are going into, it tends to be ideologically based, the Democrats, while the Republicans is mostly, at least, okay, make no mistake, all of them are interest-based. But the Democrats paint it like ideology. So the way they approach it is slightly different from the pattern I see with the Republicans. The Republicans, don't make no mistake, they too go to long wars. After all, George Bush started the Iraq War and quite a few other wars that the Republicans have started. So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, but if you look at the big ones that has occurred in the world for the last 100 years or so, you'll be shocked how many of them Democrats were around in office.
There's a word for that.
Correlation.
Guess what that word is? No, coincidence. That's the word.
It could be coincidence.
There's just coincidence. Nobody goes to war and plans it around whether I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican. Nobody goes to war. America does not go to war like that. They don't go to war determining the length of a conflict based on their political affiliation. I don't know how else to explain.
Maybe it's just by luck. But the gap is massive in terms of the kind of war that they are in office when it starts. The gap is too massive. And if you look at the way Trump is approaching his war now, he wants to like double tap and take off. Double tap, take off. He doesn't want to stay
because the plan is to destabilize as much places as possible, show them this is what could potentially happen to you. This is why I was against when people came on here. The boy Jude was on here saying Tinubu should have gone to the United Nations. And I remember I'm saying, you really think you want to escalate what's going on? Or you want to pacify this madman? Because if you escalate it, he'd probably be sharing the top bunk with Maduro right now. So
no, I can understand what you are saying in terms of buying time. I get a feeling, maybe this is an error again. I'm getting a feeling, man, there's so many feelings out there, but still I will say it anyway. I get a feeling that maybe some of the world leaders are buying time to a kind of wait out Trump.
That's what I just told you the Chinese are doing and the Russians. I told you that.
Yeah, you said that, but I'm talking about it from the point of view of the weaker nations too. Not
the
like
weaker nations don't have a say by at what time. They don't.
No, what I mean by that, like someone like Tinubu say, Tom, what do you want? You want me to twerk? I will twerk as much as you want, knowing full well in the back of his mind that China and DC are going to come online sooner or later, get more powerful, and maybe they can pivot.
I don't know. Maybe I'll just look at it like it was smart to de-escalate, because I know there would have probably some idiots around him that would have said, wage a report before the United Nations and complain in violation of international law. You were people that don't care about law. They don't care about.
I think that maybe they could still do that because see, sometimes when crisis occurs, it increases the consciousness of the people, and I feel like Nigerians need that more than anything. Let's say he went to the UN and complained. For once, Nigerians will be at the focus of the world, and then Nigerians will watch their leader that has gone to the UN and say, we didn't do anything, and clearly this is a fact. And if most of the world agrees with Nigeria and Trump goes ahead and does what he did, that is going to conscientize Nigerians. It's going to
You really
give
think
them
so?
I think so.
Nigerians, you think they're not conscientized enough?
No. They are not that. They are not aware in terms of having a common shared.
But you think if the president went to the United Nations, made a fool out of Trump and his cohorts, that would now immediately open up the conscienceless Nigerians to now have some sort of nationhood in their hearts?
Yeah. No, you'll be surprised what things are like this. I don't think it's wishful thinking. I don't know why that one is saying it's wishful. People just don't understand society, how they work, the psychology of societies. When society feel under, you don't understand it. I can show you the theory. I've not read it, but I'm sure it's there. I can show you right now that it's there.
You've not read it, but you're sure.
Because I know, see, sometimes when you have seen things happen repeatedly, you start understanding. I've seen in history, like the Yoruba culture now and the Yoruba people, before they started calling themselves the Yoruba people, it was because they were under distress. They didn't see themselves as the same people for a very long time until when they became under distress, that's suddenly they start calling themselves Yoruba.
Hear me out. I don't know what the point of that is, but I think I kind of get it. But hear me out. Nigeria has at least 20 to 30 million fifth colonists living in it right now. Probably even more.
So
that will work. So if an invading force was to come into Nigeria, which was the United States, they will work against Nigeria to destroy it. Insofar as they thought there was some kind of benefit to it, maybe tribal, maybe religious wise, maybe geographic, where they could subjugate the little tribes around them. There's people waiting in the lines for that. So if you think if you're going, so if you think you going to the United Nations would have done anything else but piss off this madman, you're wrong. In fact,
I'm not saying
in fact, going to the United Nations.
I don't know why you keep changing the argument. I'm not saying.
In fact, let me just land. So going to the United Nations is actually what put Nigeria in a precarious situation. It finds itself today not knowing whether the United States is going to attack it or not, and why Israel is actually interfering in Nigeria's internal affairs.
They've been interfering.
That complaint.
They've been in Nigeria for ages already, so it's not new.
Well, you wouldn't know that.
I knew that already. They are not hiding it. They show the pictures all the time.
What
you don't
pictures?
know Israel has been in our business forever.
Oh, you knew that?
Yeah, they don't hide.
How did you? Israel has been interfering in Nigeria's political.
Not necessarily in political debates, but they have been working with us.
No, not debate, in the political environment.
Yeah.
They've been doing that, and you knew that.
Yeah.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that they show up and they will be meeting your officials, talking to our foreign minister, our defense minister, and even a former presidential candidate once said we need to pivot towards Israel. So it's not new. They have been there.
So meeting up to you automatically without these recent events is how you were the only one that suddenly knew that Israel has been interfering in Nigeria's internal affairs, even though what I'm trying to base my premise on is the fact that they are brazen about it. They are actually making statements to that effect.
But that is in terms of military action. I think that's what they are talking about.
Okay, so what? I mean, there was no evidence that Israel was interfering in our political affairs. To the extent of America, yes. When John Kerry met with Buhari and all those APC, CPC people, yes, they openly showed at that point during Obama that they were willing to interfere.
Involved in Nigeria. Oh, I'm surprised.
Every country technically we can suppose is involved in one way or another. Every top country suppose, not know. You're claiming that you knew. Barring Benjamin.
I saw them.
All right. Okay, good. Well, see, in my situation, just because I see two separate officials working in the same capacity does not automatically mean to me that, oh, well, look, he met up with the U.S. Nigerian ambassador. That means they are interfering in Nigerian politics. That's not how I look at it. I don't look at it like, well, if the Israeli ambassador met up with Nigeria's chief of staff, and then they talking about, well, we're going to start sharing technology and start sharing intelligence and training. That does not mean they're interfering in Nigerian politics. I don't know where you got that from. I'm saying the way I got it was now Benjamin Netanyahu talking about he's going to be going against terrorists on Nigerian soil. Right there is where I got it, that they're interfering in Nigeria's
So this is what I mean. That they are not keeping it quiet. It's not something like they are trying to hide in any way. Israeli deputy foreign minister visits Nigeria amid diplomatic push in Africa. So this is something like you will see 1,001 of them.
Can you read that again? What do you? How does that even back up your claim?
What claim are you talking about?
How does that back up your claim that Israel? This is proof that Israel has been interfering in Nigerian politics. How does it back up your claim?
Affair, maybe we are getting our words mixed up.
How does this back up your claim, forefathers? Read it again.
I'm trying for us to have a common ground because maybe we are misinterpreting what you mean by interfere. What do you
think? No, what do you think interfere means?
What I mean
when you interfere in something, what do you mean? What do you think?
What I mean by interfere is that they are getting involved in the Nigerian political space. They are providing the Nigerian government tools that is going to be enabling the Nigerian government to do certain things within the country.
No, that's not interfering.
Okay, that's not interfering. So what do you call interfering?
If you interfere, what do you mean? I just told you that just because they sit down together, the same people equals maybe the chief of defense or his equivalent in Israel, just because they sit down together to discuss something does not mean they're interfering. Interfering is when you start injecting your own ideas, your own proposition, your own desires and wills on a sovereign country. And I'm telling you that has never happened until Benjamin Netanyahu started talking on Christmas Day about attacking terrorists on Nigerian soil. That has never happened.
It depends on the way you look at it.
Oh boy.
It depends on how you look at what you call interfering, because you are using a loose language to describe it by saying...
You describe what interfering to us is.
When they dictate to Nigeria. Personally, I look at interfering in the sense that if they are providing something to aid the country to do something that they are not able to do before, especially when it comes to politically, security, criminal and crime, yeah, I consider that interfering.
That to you is what you call interfere in diplomatic circles? That's what you think interfering means?
That's a low-level interference.
Cooperation is interference?
Cooperation is a form of interference, depending on how you look at it. You see what I mean? It's a form of interference.
Oh my God.
It's based on perspective. This is why it's important that we have common meaning for words. And if we have an agreement on the meaning of the word interference, then I can grant it to you that, okay, based on your definition of interference, then maybe it doesn't...
When you say someone interfered, when American... hold up. You don't have to yell. You don't have to yell.
It feels like you just like to disagree.
No, it's just because you don't like to listen. This is the problem. When they say,
is where the issue is, and you just want to
No,
change it.
the word is you're not getting it. And again, I have to win. This is forefathers' way. When they say a country interfered in a foreign election, do you think that is a good thing or do you think that is a bad thing? Let's start from there.
Depending on which side you're looking at it from.
If a foreign country interfered in Nigeria's election right now, do you think it's a good thing or it's a bad thing?
As a Nigerian, that's definitely a bad thing.
Good. So if they say a foreign country is interfering in another foreign country's affairs, what makes you think cooperation falls under the definition of interference?
Hold on. Now, let me trace back the last answer that I gave just to be more nuanced about it. If a country interferes in our election to make it more transparent and more accurate, and it's clear that that is what they are doing, I don't have any problem with that.
It is not what you feel, forefathers.
No.
Interference in any foreign...
They are there to help the election be transparent and it's in the will of the people to come be fulfilled. Yes, I don't see. I
think you don't understand when in diplomacy when they say a country interfered. I think you don't get it. When you interfere when you interfere in another country's internal affairs, it is never a good thing.
That's how you look at it. You see, that's the difference between me and you. I tend to look at results. I don't care about principles only. I also look at results. If somebody helps you with your child is distressed or something, and somebody helps you, you don't say the principle is that I'm supposed to care for my child, so that person helping me.
I keep saying, forefathers, in diplomacy.
Okay.
My child is not named Australia or the United States. In diplomacy, when you interfere in foreign affairs, when you interfere in another country's internal affairs, it is never a good thing. You have impugned on their sovereignty. It's never good. Wow. You can never hear interference and good in the same sense.
Okay, let me confirm.
You're impugned on their sovereignty.
So you seem to imply that it's always negative when somebody interferes.
If you interfere in a foreign, barring, remember what we're talking about, Israel's interference in Nigeria. I think you're looking at it from a point of view like, oh, well, what if there's a war in Nigeria and the United Nations interferes? Well, that will be a good thing. But that is not how the term is used in diplomatic circle. When you complain and say someone interfered or a nation interfered in your affairs, it is not ever a good thing.
Okay, I hear what you are saying there. It is a negative thing, especially in diplomatic circle in many cases. It doesn't, to be fair, it's also true because when you are using the term interfere, you are treating that term deliberately to connote that it's negative. But
that you came in without invitation. That's what it means. I didn't invite you. Why did you freaking come into my business?
Yeah. The term itself technically is agnostic of whether it's negative or positive. It can be positive interference. So, but I get what you are saying. So, like me, I don't want to argue for something that is not really a point of disagreement.
Yeah.
That said, regarding where this is going to go, how it affects this in Nigeria, I've always argued that Nigeria should have made itself like a valuable partner that can work with any nation. That there's no harm in making yourself strong so that you are the point of call for any power that wants to interact in that region. There's no harm in that. The problem with is based on what that professor presented when he's talking about Israel. It just tells you that, yeah, Israel put itself there and people put Israel there. Duality. And they are making themselves useful. And if that is true, if what that guy is saying is true, Israel is going to be one very, very rich country in the near future.
if they let it happen. I remember I used to tell you guys about the Greater Israel Project, and I would get pushbacks on it last year. And I told you, look on their patch. I said, look on the patch.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going to go, but I don't think the rest of the Middle East is just going to sit down, get destabilized, get their land, ancestral lands taken from them, because the aim is to go all the way to Saudi Arabia and take Egypt past the Sinai. How that's going to happen, I don't know. But one thing I do know, they're going to have to destroy Iran first. They have to get past Iran. If they cannot get past Iran, then it'll never happen, which is why I think anytime from now, we're going to wake up one day and the war has started again. There was something someone was saying earlier, and I was like, don't you realize that what's going on in Iran right now, the uprising is more than likely fomented by the West and Israel?
Let me correct what Dan Azaya is saying here. Dan Azaya, you are saying the same thing Nigeria who gaslighted us for saying the US was interfering, invading, helping Nigeria. See why it's easy for BBR to make a fool out of you every day, including tomorrow. You see, this is the thing, you are not listening to me.
No, I'm not making a fool of it.
When I said that America is not helping us, that is where our disagreement is. You are thinking they are helping you, but they are not helping you. If America was just going to come and only bomb the terrorists, the actual terrorists, only, and didn't demand much from Nigeria, like didn't ask Nigeria to sell something that is very, very vital to our national interest, why would I oppose that? Why would I oppose that? That is a good thing. You want another country, another ally to be able to assist you in dealing with your national security problem. That is not a problem at all. Most nations that emerge have such arrangements. What I have an issue with America is that their history suggests that they never try to help us. And the way Trump is talking, he's not talking like he's here to help us. That is the problem. And that is why I told KJ, by calling what Trump is doing help, it just shows how lost he was by saying that. Because that is not, he's not helping. He's just coming to pretend as if he's helping you while he is compromising your leaders like crazy. That is not going to be good for us at the same time. So that is where I'm coming from on that. I'm not like absolutist. See, the only thing I'm absolutist for is anything that will help our people. That's all. And also something that will help the world without compromising our people.
Would you agree that we're not getting any of these sophisticated weapons or systems anytime soon, even in the next 10 years?
I agree. The reason why I agree with that.
Okay, so let me ask you a second. No, forget about it, because. So, do you also agree that one main reason why America is in Venezuela today is because it claims that there was bad governance and the citizens weren't being treated right?
Mm-hmm.
So would you also finally agree that if a nation, I said one main reason. So would you also agree that supposing the Venezuelans or even Nigerians these are the ordinary citizens now, had a high standard of living and unemployment was low, infrastructures were upgraded, modernized, things like that, there was no poverty, or at least as little as possible, social amenities were great, just like you have in the UK, we got here in the United States. Would you agree that the United States would find it harder to invade Venezuela or drop bombs on Nigeria using poverty and injustice and maltreatment of its citizens as an excuse?
Sorry, repeat the last question. I didn't get it fully.
Basically, if the people's standard of living was, if compared to a first world nation, on the same level, would you agree America would not be able to use economic problems as a reason why we are attacking Venezuela or we're attacking Nigeria? Not saying they use that excuse to attack Nigeria. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do that.
All right, so given that, if we know we cannot get any weapons now, right? It's not happening. We don't have this technology. And if you agree that if the economic situation of the people was uplifted, and if the people had employment and could take care of themselves, America would find it harder to come into societies such as ours or Venezuela. Why can't we now focus on empowering people economically, educationally, build up infrastructure, instead of saying, well, maybe we need nuclear weapons?
Because one, to develop to that point, if we had that, I don't think Nigerians will even be opposing their government, and I may not even be conscious of our nakedness, and we'll all be coasting along, and maybe that's not a bad thing. But the problem with that is that America itself, they themselves chose not to enable that to happen. They chose to ensure that Africa remains underdeveloped. As a matter of fact, there's a specific term that they use for it: security minimalism. And it's not only the West that did it, the Soviets did it, and it appears the Chinese are following it too. Almost like the kind of decree that the Romans, the Catholics.
You haven't answered the question for fun.
I've answered the question, or maybe you don't understand. I will come back to it again. It's almost like the decree that the Pope put that the Europeans should not be selling weapons to Africans. So the question you asked was about if things were, doing well within the country, it would be harder for Trump to use that as an excuse to attack like Nigeria, for example. Of course.
Or even Venezuela.
Yeah, that is true. But the problem is their politics ensured we don't get to that position.
No, forget about that. But we understand the cause. But the cause is not the issue now. I mean, they are part of the cause. But my point is back to a argument that we usually have, which is between my position basically is this: if the people had something to fight for, which would be their livelihood, their well-being, that is the best security you can get. Now, we agree that Nigerian politicians haven't been up to par and the people are impoverished. But I guarantee you, how many Nigerians do we have? 230 million? If we had less than 1 million living under the poverty rates, first of all, we're not going to have Boko Haram. It's not going to happen. Second of all, we're not going to have a foreign nation dropping bombs on us. So this leads me to say, maybe we need to feed our people. Maybe we need to educate our people. Maybe we need to build infrastructures that will improve on the healthcare system, for example. Anthony Joshua damn near just died because of a park car on the road, and emergency services came through. They didn't even have the requisite training. They almost destroyed that guy's life. So these are the things I think we need to work on instead of us saying.
I think our problem is that, and the argument is not based on proper, how do I put it, connectedness, feedback, when we say feedback, how things are linked together, kind of based analysis or based evaluation of the situation.
I used to
Because
teach this for fathers.
you see, you might be teaching. Believe me, I've seen a lot of people
I
teach.
told it not just in the class. It's like
Why fellas say, teacher, don't teach me nonsense.
all
See,
right.
some people that think that they have knowledge. Knowledge is not necessarily critical thinking. The point I'm trying to make is that
not to young students either.
you're
But
not
anyway,
what you are
continue.
saying is not, it doesn't correlate. Like the UK now, they have 100 this thing, the 1 million convictions every year, criminal convictions, even if they are relatively rich. It doesn't necessarily correlate. People misunderstand why people either behave badly or why people don't behave badly, or why people defend a nation or why people don't defend a nation. Your nation can be poor, you defend it. Russia will not reach when the Russians defended their nation. We just make it look like all this have to correlate. It doesn't always have to correlate. My point is that what you are wishing for, I too would have lived in such a country oblivious that whether we are under threat. As a matter of fact, a lot of us were living like in the 70s, early 80s. We're living large. Good oil, things were going. I wish we found more oil reserve. Maybe we would have carried on coasting along like that. However, it still doesn't mean they still don't have the power to just come and erase you when they choose to. And that is the thing. Just because they are not going to threaten you today doesn't mean another leader is not going to even threaten you just because you are doing the right thing for your people. They can still threaten you.
I've always asked you.
An excuse.
I've always asked you a question for fathers.
Now, let me
If
finish
you
with this in 15 seconds.
right.
Venezuela, from what I gather, was doing relatively well when they instituted the sanctions and degraded the country's economy. So even when you are doing well, just because you don't do what they want, they can degrade you. That's the point I was trying to make, even that they won't let you. And they even allow Venezuela to develop a little bit. They didn't even give us the chance. Brazil is even developing a little bit. They don't even give us the chance that they gave Brazil. They didn't say that, oh, and the umbrella that Brazil is developing it also is a threat to us. No, they didn't do that. Something that they didn't even allow Canada to do, they allow Brazil to do it. But somehow, it's our fault that they are going to accuse us of being poor and attack us. No, they are going to accuse us of being poor because that's the situation. That's the only excuse they have. Tomorrow, if you are rich, they're going to have another one for you. This guy is the owner of the largest oil field, one of the largest oil field in the world.
Right,
and they accuse him of being a drug baron.
Right, but
Can't even make that up.
well, listen, we'll know in the discoveries if they caught him on tape, if there's people saying he conducted narcotics deals with them. We don't know. We don't have the evidence to say they're wrong or they're lying or they're right, they're telling the truth.
I'm suspecting that maybe he did that well before he became leader. Maybe that's what they are doing.
Which means he's a drug dealer. I mean, yes, statute of limit.
Was he military? Was he military?
I think so.
So if it was military, so it's possible, I'm just, spewing out there, it's possible that when he was in the military, he may have worked with drug dealers. If that is possible. That could be
no, no, they didn't say when he was military. They said as president.
Oh, then I don't think they have any evidence for that.
So even if it was as military, who knows? What's the statute of limitations on that? I don't know.
I don't think there is much. They can just say it's an enemy of the state. I don't care whether it's that.
My point here is, if your people are not hungry, just imagine, use a dog as an example, or use your child or a friend. They can still bite you even if you feed them, but just imagine what they're going to do to you when you don't feed them. When they see someone coming, they will be the ones to, as those people are beating you over the head with a club, they will tear your ass to pieces. So they're not going to defend you. You're not going to scream for help, for the neighbors to come. But I'm still on the position that if the Nigerian government is smart, the people, at least the political leaders, if they start taking care of the welfare of the people, which we know they're not going to do, eventually you'll get to a stage where you will realize, like, listen, I'm becoming a threat. These powers are becoming more antsy, and then you will have to build your weapons or improve on them. But for now, there's too many hungry people in Nigeria for that. And I know the Nigerian government is not even thinking about that. I'm just going based on our discussions. Nobody, like,
But India was hungry when they built their own. I don't know why you insist.
India wasn't hungry like Nigeria, and the situation in India was also different, and they had Pakistan across the road, so the situations are different.
At least they were not enslaved like us. They were not
What do you
colonized
mean?
aggressively like us.
India
Their
was
own-
colonized crazy.
No, what I mean by that is their colonization was not that aggressive. Yes, it
It was brutal. Nigeria did not face half of what the Indians faced at the hands of the British.
Hold on. It was after, just before independence. I think that's when things really got messy in India. I don't think during the colonization period it was, though. I need to check that.
You need to check it. India's colonization was brutal. If Nigeria faced half of what the Indians, are you serious? Have you forgotten about Mahatma Gandhi?
Yeah, those were during the partition period. I agree, I acknowledge that one. But during the main colonization
Those
time,
were as a result of what happened during the colonization. Even the colonization itself. Go read about how Will Churchill and them used to treat the Indians. Go read about it. It was brutal.
there were a lot of brutal events. I have to say that's true. I remember they're talking about some massacres that occurred. Let me see.
Yes.
That occurred during their time in this returning famine. Famine is the most devastating one that they inflicted on the nation. I think, and they even used that to inflict pain on Ireland too, because the British were taking the potato from Ireland to go and give to the Indians. It was all kind of messy stuff that went on. But that said, there was a terrorist group in the UK islands too. I think in the Irish
IRA.
They had their own. Even if there were resources here. In short, the point I'm making is that you don't stop looking to preserve your people's lives just because you think you're hungry.
Right. But listen, an hungry man cannot fight a war.
Not everybody is hungry at the same time. And besides, there are nations that have lived in hunger.
And hungry man cannot fight a war. You know why the Venezuelans capitulated?
If you want to say a hungry country, but a country that is suffering from food shortage can still feed the soldiers. That's my point.
How?
Because that food shortage, the soldiers can ration it. And I'm not saying I'm not saying
if that was the case, the Biafrans will still be fighting until today.
No, the Biafrans were blockaded, and that's different now.
Yeah, they starved them. They're hungry.
Deliberately starved them, prevented this amenities.
How else you think hunger is going to come? They starved them.
Normally, when you are fighting, you have supply lines. You may not be a rich country, you may be relatively poor, but you have enough to feed your soldiers. That's what I mean. But in the case of Biafra, the supply lines were all cut off, and they were messing with their crops so that they are not even able to grow anything. So, yeah.
A hungry man will not fight. He owes you no loyalty. Every man's first loyalty usually is to their stomach.
I'm not even going to use my own words. Hungry men.
Use your words.
I think hungry men technically cannot fight. They can't physically fight. It's not possible. I think
even mentally.
When you say that, the context you are saying that is hungry country.
That's when I say hungry man. Like you don't, I don't have to like spell it out for fathers.
No,
when I say
that's where you are wrong.
Man.
That's where you are wrong. Because a hungry country can still feed its soldiers. That's where you are wrong. It has happened historically repeatedly. This is why we have to have some of these conversations
If you,
in more in-depth manner.
If we were to go to war today in the United States,
Mhm.
and the reason why I couldn't get food
Mhm.
to hold up the AK-47 or the carbine or whatever was because they devastated the crops. So there's no food coming in, and it comes down the line. Like, yeah, you know what? There's no food, but we got to get to Michigan, and we have to fight our way there. Looking back at the United States, I'm like, yeah, you know what? We have no choice. We got to do it. But now, if the reason why there's no food was not because of like a natural occurrence, but because Donald Trump decided to take the money meant for our feeding to buy Ivanka a new jets, or JD Vance decided to buy a new trinket for his wife that costs $500 million, and we've seen it. You think I want to fight for those people knowing that I haven't eaten in 2 days, or you think I'm going to surrender to the Chinese and the Russians or try to make my way to Canada?
I've said it already. If you are actually physically hungry in the battlefield, yes, you are going to have a problem fighting. You can barely see.
No, if there's a reason why I'm hungry. If the reason again,
I'm even removing the reason. Now you are beginning to even shift towards my position in the sense that
no, I'm not shifting towards your position.
You seem to be accepting that, okay, yeah, even when the person doesn't have a good reason to not fight, but they can, you know, that what they can still fight when they are hungry as long as they don't have a good reason not to fight. Like, you know, let's say somebody's not stealing their rations or not stealing money meant for the military. I still think that even if somebody is not stealing money that is not meant for the military and the soldiers are actually hungry, you're going to have a problem with them fighting, because they will fight, but hunger will prevent them from performing optimally. That is the fact of the situation.
Sometimes I think it's don't take this the wrong way. A lot of times I think it's comprehension. When a person says,
we are using word differently.
Well, when a person says, and a hungry man is not going to fight for you, the cause, like I told you, wasn't the issue. The issue we were talking about was bad governance until we got here, of course.
No, I wasn't talking about but I didn't even have bad governance at the back.
But that's what we started talking about when I was saying feed the people. Don't give them.
When you start talking about it, then I went back from the point, because by saying that, you are considering that if not for bad governance, somebody can still fight without being hungry while they are still hungry. That's what you are saying. You seem to be
By saying that, I will repeat that.
By saying that you require bad governance for somebody not to want to fight while they are hungry, because you literally gave an excuse that what if they gave money and that politician.
Yeah, because I was trying to explain. Okay, let me because I think sometimes I need to just spell everything out to you. All right. Yes. So this is what this. Okay. So what it just means when you say a hungry man is not going to fight for you, it's just basically meaning a hungry man is not going to be loyal to you if you don't treat them well. If you don't treat someone well, they're not going to be loyal to you. That's just the bottom line of it. If you don't treat someone,
that has to do something that had little to do with hunger. If you don't treat somebody well, you feed them all you want, they're not going to be loyal to you. It's just what it is. Now,
do you think that?
Yeah, you can feed somebody very well, but you treat them harshly, they're not going to be loyal to you.
But we were talking about bad governance, and we moved on to weapons building and compared it to what do Nigerians need until it got to war and who's going to be loyal if they're hungry or not. That's just basically in a nutshell what it means.
You are the one that keeps changing the goalpost, and I keep correcting you, and you keep changing the goalpost. You literally change it to this thing. If somebody is hungry, they are not going to be loyal to you. And I'm correcting you and saying it's not only that condition. basically nobody's going to fight for you. You keep treating them badly. Why would they fight for you? My point is, the original point that I was making was that people can still fight for their nation even when they are not well fed, but they're not going to be able to physically perform optimally. Historically, there are cases where people have fought even when there's very little rations remaining. They are basically starving, basically, in the battlefield, but they kept fighting until proper supplies showed up again. So that is where we have an agreement that if those type of soldiers will not stay there fighting when people are busy siphoning their resources. And the people that are siphoning their resources, they know those guys are chilling out in large restaurants and large hotels. Their children have properties overseas. No, nobody wants to be suffering like that when the people that are supposed to be giving them resources and are busy eating it and enjoying it somewhere else. That's the difference. But that said, a country needs to move forward whenever, if they can, and put something together. I'm beginning to think that, in fact, I should have known that already, that we're on our own on this. We have to plan from the point of view that nobody's going to help us.
So how do you help yourself?
Like I said, I've always said it before. What should console anybody that wants to help themselves is that the technology that they used to build nuclear technology in the 1945s, the technology is well known today. It's not that advanced. So the ability, and it's not only nukes, there are so many other things you can do to prevent other people from being able to wipe you out.
Like what?
Different technologies. There are a lot of different technologies from this in IT to robotics to ballistics. As a matter of fact, Iran is relying on ballistics to sort itself out. So there are so many different technologies that I can explore, even far off ones that you know.
If we were to start today, when do you think Nigeria could reasonably create its own ballistic missiles that could be put to use in action during the war?
When you say ballistics, you're talking about
ballistic missile, ICBM.
Oh yeah, okay. Now that is some serious stuff. That's some serious stuff. That takes, with modern technology, with the way it is right now, testing without interruption. You mean without all the subterfuge, without all the fear that
it's up to you. Yeah.
If you are looking at it, if you are looking at like a straight-on project, and you have to learn your way through it and build those things, 5-10 years, you'll be there. But in reality, they will try to prevent you from advancing as quickly as
Have you ever heard of the Ajaokuta Steel Complex?
Okay, now you are putting it on Nigeria. I thought you asked a question that is not linked to Nigeria.
Of course I asked about Nigeria.
Yeah, but you should have included Nigeria now in your
I did say Nigeria.
Okay, in the context of Nigeria. Okay, if you want to say Nigeria, say I'm in charge. If I'm in charge, if I'm not in charge, zero. It's not going to happen. Like under this government.
All right, you're in charge today. How long do you think you're going to get to take for Nigeria to get its own ICBM? At least 500.
So I can understand. Oh. If it was someone like me that was in charge, 10 years at most, you'll be there.
You'll be there in 10 years. Like you're going to mold it in your kitchen or?
You're making it look like it's such an advanced technology. I don't understand. In your mind, it looks like it's very, very advanced. I think that's in your mind, not in my mind.
Oh, God.
See, you might like to think that ballistic missiles are very, very like big. The size is crazy. That is true. They are very heavy. The fuel requirement is quite significant. But to say that it's an impossible this in engineering, I think it just shows that we like some of us, don't.
No, I'm saying Africa. I'm saying Nigeria is not technologically. Local P. Local P was issuing threats
10
yesterday.
years, I will
That's what I'm
do it.
saying.
I will be able to
Local P
develop
Alpha, bro.
intercontinental ballistic missiles in 10 years if I was the leader of a country like Nigeria. Well before 10 years, I might even succeed.
How you gonna do it though? That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about a country that will be undergoing technological revolution where everything that they're doing is focusing on technology and security, and a country that will be focusing in terms of advancing the missile technology as fast as possible, because the idea is to be able to get involved into the space race too. So to build a spaceport and a rocket, how much is it? Barely 2 billion. You can do that, and it's crazy that Nigerians haven't even done that. So it just begs the question: why are we not?
Because you don't have the technology.
Oh my
That
God!
is why.
The technology is not that advanced. Go see aerospace engineers; they know how to put these things together. I don't know why you think these technologies are too.
Listen,
too advanced.
it's no way. I'm not saying it's out there. Obviously, people are doing it. China's done it. India has done it. United States, France, Canada, Israel.
Just need time.
They've done it. But I'm saying you don't have the technology. Whether everybody else has done it, everybody else has gotten everybody else has gotten electricity. The technology is out there. I guarantee your village, in your abandoned building that you took over from Passat's people, you don't have
people are not going to let me rest with that one now. They keep bringing that up every time. You know, people are not going to let me rest with that statement. I should never have shared that. Everybody, you know how many times I've had that statement this week? You know, well, like you have
I'm messing with you.
Bring all these issues up over and over again.
But I'm saying, like, we don't have it. I think we should focus. Those things are going to happen regardless. Nigeria is already making assault rifles, DICOM. You know what I mean? We're doing all these things, but I think we need to focus. We need to be more people-oriented. This is my...
You can be people.
This is my wish for Nigeria. Right.
If you are people oriented, you're just going to ensure their destruction. If you are people oriented, you are going to build them, you're going to protect them.
We can do it in tandem.
Exactly.
All these things can happen in tandem. It has to happen because once you have something to protect, you have no choice.
To be fair, I don't know why you think I thought about it the other way. Of course, I'm going to be people oriented. Because the whole point is to protect every strand of hair on every. My standard is that high. You have to protect every strand of hair in every Nigerian's head, so that they can be able. The way I look at it is that so that they can be able to come out in the middle of the night, in any part of the country and feel safe. That is the standard you have to set. If you
exactly. Listen, there's something Nigeria is doing now, and I'm like, and if Nigerian government officials. If you're watching, I don't mean to insult you guys because I know Nigeria lays a lot of emphasis on age and respect, but it's a bunch of dummies in charge.
Yep.
A bunch of dummies. Listen, at this point, the propaganda machine, like what is the Minister for Information doing?
Voila.
At this, what are you doing? You're supposed to be showing Nigerians, for example, the hypocrisy of Western nations.
Wow, I thought you were the one that was saying that they should just play along.
When did I say that? Are you serious or are you smoking something?
You said that if they acted out of line, they will be in jail, like Maduro. Was it not you? Am I having an out of body experience?
Yeah, you need to whatever you smoked, you need to stop it.
You just told me that if Tinubu had acted like he didn't, if he antagonized,
that wasn't that. I told you have a comprehension problem. What I said was, again, hear me out. What I said was, in a situation like that, you're not going to gain anything by trying to escalate. That's as opposed to your claim that I said they have to fall in line. I said you don't have to escalate. You can wait for things to die down. You don't have to start instigating violence because this is what they want.
Of
That
course,
was what I said.
why would you instigate
So
violence?
you don't. So you're not gonna
You're
go.
saying it not escalate, but you can just stay calm.
You can ignore. What do the Chinese mostly do?
Yeah, but
The Chinese
what you are
mostly
advising now? What you're advising now to make them look bad by saying the Ebola should be able to, show the hypocrisy of the situation to the nation, Nigeria.
internally, yes, you have to keep showing. There's tons of programs you can get all over social media, tons of people you can interview that have the same viewpoint.
The moment the
People like my summer, Scott Peters, all this kind of people, you can have them on programs. You can make sure you keep putting it in people's minds that these are the people that supposedly are coming to save you. They are not. You don't have to basically say, but you keep putting all this propaganda where you have to work on people's minds. So you have to work on people's minds, and the Nigerian state, we have seen that they tend not to do that, and they leave a lot of things to happenstance. You have to be proactive. The reason the United States is great, someone like Femi keeps saying it all day here, is not because of anything other than the illusion of America's greatness was propagated by Hollywood. For example, Julian Assange, his latest interview about 2 days ago, is about how a movie is coming out about him and how they're fashioning him to be a bad guy, but he was pointing out things that American intelligence puts into movies, like Farsi and a bomb design, and Iranians being the bomb designers, things like that. So you have to work on the minds of the people. Nigeria does not seem to do that.
All right.
And one of
so let me bring I speak the truth.
Local P.
Yeah, Local P on, and this one, today I've been very good, Local P. See, I didn't wait so long for you to speak. Welcome, and thank you for joining us this Sunday morning. So what do you make of this Maduro thing? You were busy probably working, minding your own business, and only to find that they go and grab Maduro from his wherever he was chilling out. What do you make of it?
For me, it's around nonsense anyway. Hello, guys, how you doing anyway? I mean, it's nonsense. Like, it's too much now. Come on. If for whatever reason you say you're bringing them in, drugs, whatever, I mean, they can't be working outside at the same time working inside. They're working with somebody who is part of you guys that is inside. So I think it's better for you to work on the inside. But this time it has nothing to do with drugs, because you just went and captured a sitting president. Like, I don't understand. Are we fighting war? Or we just throw bomb and next thing you capture me for what? As in holding me for what now? What are you holding me for? What did I do? Like, am I the one who is sending the drugs to your country? There's cartels or whatever. If you think I'm not doing enough to sanitize my country, how is that an issue that you have to come and send your men to come and capture me for what? Like, I mean, those are war crimes now. Come on. Those are war crimes. Because you think you are the big bully and nobody can talk to you, they will come. Before you know, they will use this kind of people that you think that you can oppress. Your enemy will use them against you before you know. Checkmate.
Yeah.
Before you lose, checkmate, because you're supposed to keep the people who you think are your enemies or the weaker ones around you. Keep them close, protect them, because those are the ones that your enemy from far or whatever can use against you easily. You think because some people just keep quiet and no, okay, don't worry. They are waiting for you to, go off guard. Like, oh, okay, they think they're in the Americas. Okay, no problem. Now they've got enemies within the Americas. So, okay, what do? Let's use one of them, make it our alliance, whatever, and get off rid of this baby giant. that thinks he can oppress anybody whenever. His mate is there. You should try rubbish with no matter I think what what's it called? Russia and China has been doing since. Why would they have the ball to even sanction or not to sanction themselves, throw one or two bullets through there and wait for the repercussion because they know this one cannot do anything. You can beat him left and right, black and blue, nobody will do anything, and yet because no matter what it does, okay, the UK has renounced the US anyway for what they did, that they are not in support, that they're not part of what the US did, not in support at all.
Yeah, but the UK and France went and attacked Syria this evening, though. While they are playing
that's what I mean. Like, you can for whatever reason. Not the attack is not the issue. Now. I'm talking about like you know, capturing people within your territory. You can go and do Syria. Syria is not your continent. Syria is not in your. There's no way they can use Syria, compromise Syria to attack the United Kingdom or France. It's not possible. Two different continents. But in this case, you are using somebody within your own continent. It's oppressing somebody within your own continent that is not a stone throw from you. Like, come on, man. If your neighbors around you are not happy with you, why don't you can't you think that they will be the one to be the first, to compromise the security in that area? They don't care. As far as they can go, to keep you off their back. They don't care to do anything even with your own enemy. Strike with your own enemy so that they will keep you off their own back. So, like, for me, I think it's a small boy when it comes to war and world politics. I don't think he thinks he just that guy is fucking up. Let's go and flog him and beat him. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, the accusation is that he's a drug dealer. He's the head of a drug cartel.
If he's the head of a drug cartel, for crying out loud, he's a president of a state. Sanction him. You can sanction. You can go. At least you have influence in United Nations or your G20, G40 or whatever you have. You have the influence there. You can go there and sanction him, cut all ties with him or imports or whatever. Influence all other countries to stop buying their exports and stop importing things to them. You can say, just go there and say no, as if you're the one who put him there. Just go there and pick him, get out. You don't need it anymore.
And especially given that this guy is sitting on top of one of the think about it though, this in the local. The guy is sitting on one of the largest oil reserves in the world.
Exactly. We know that's the bottom line. We know that's the bottom line. We know. That's the bottom line.
And for me, why would he need to be a drug baron when he's sitting on oil?
No, but my question is, what do you mean a drug baron? Like, why will he be a drug baron?
It doesn't even make sense. And exactly. the entire thing is crazy. I don't even know how the US court system is going to handle this because.
But okay, is it that we believe that because the media is saying that he's a drug baron, truly is a drug baron? No,
I don't think people believe it. People don't think it's credible. It doesn't make sense.
There's no point. Because see, worst case scenario, you might, they might influence you to become the president of that country, and the only thing you can do for them is to turn a blind eye whenever they're doing their drug rackets. That's the highest thing you can do. Not say no, I want to be part of you and come and sit, come and be the kingpin of drugs, to be involved in drug business.
And it doesn't even need to. Drug barons are rich, but oil barons are richer.
Even though it's not about whether rich or no rich, like you have the power now to shut anybody down in that country. So if I thought they were the one who influenced your coming to power, the highest thing you can do, the highest and only thing, the worst thing you can do is the highest worst, the biggest gift that they can ask in return, in favor, in terms of because they brought into power, is to turn the blind eye towards their business. Not to even they will not even allow you to become part of their cartel because they know it's bad for their own business to allow even the president to be part of them. It is bad for their own business, so they will not allow you. So no problem. We can be sending you your courts if it's money you're looking for. We can be sending your courts. We can be this and that, whatever. Just look away. You go and be doing your presidency, whatever. We don't care. Just look away. That's the only thing that
I fear that if America doesn't have any evidence for this, then what are they going to do?
America have never had evidence for anything.
That's a problem. But they will have to find a way to try him. You can't just hold him indefinitely. You have to find a way to try him for the offense you brought him there for. He's going to have a lawyer.
Even if you try him and you find him guilty, You never had anything against him. You're just looking for a pawn that is stubborn.
But you can't find. You see, that's the thing. That they can't find him guilty when they don't have evidence. Because if they find him guilty without evidence, the whole world is. In short, they're going to make the American justice system a laughing stock.
No,
which is
no,
one of their few things that they say.
They won't do that. If they're finding him guilty, they're definitely going to find something and frame him up. You understand? But when I'm saying they can't find anything, the reality is that there's nothing. They can only put something, make AI videos or whatever, maybe compromise email or whatever. This is your phone call, AI generated whatever, and put to the world. We know how media was coming.
Nobody will buy that. People will not buy it. If you cannot verify, people will not buy it.
Even
it has to be genuine.
When they call Pop Daddy of this and that, Pop Daddy was still looking for. We know what he was saying. It was like, man, asking his lawyer because they know media controls narrative. He was asking his lawyer to get into the dirtiest media system. People that run the dirtiest in the media go there and change the narrative because you know the media can control any narrative. So who controls the media in the world? It's these people now. So they can put anything out there and change the narrative. You will definitely do. I know the word. They will believe. Trust me, they will believe. It's only people who knows the real truth. Like, look, we know your antics. You've done this before with Gaddafi. You've done this with Saddam Hussein and whatever. Nothing came out, and nobody's asking you. Nobody's even arresting you or asking you to pay restitution to those people that you did something against, lying against them that they are this and that. At the end of the day, the weapons of mass destruction. Till tomorrow, where is it? That existed in Iran. Till tomorrow, where is it? Who is asking that question? To tomorrow,
nobody cares.
Nobody. People care, but they're looking like I don't want to make enemy with him. There's no point. Let's just forget. Just hush. Even when they killed Gaddafi, they were scenario where they were asking Obasanjo about the issue, like because he supported. You understand? Obasanjo was doing hush. He don't pass. Let bygone be bygone. This and that. Because you know the truth. That you joined them, you lied against your own brother here. You supported them because of your own benefit, and they got him killed. They got him kicked out. They got him killed. After the whole thing came out, and they're asking you, look at what happened now. Okay, what is the benefit of what you supported to do now? All the OU, whatever they were doing, hush. No worry, it's past. And forget. Let bygone be bygone. That's what they're doing. Same thing with Saddam Hussein. The same thing. Asking me questions is only every time the Americans speak about every other person. There are people from the East that use it, that ask journalists, come till tomorrow, where is this weapons of mass destruction? Has America opened up to say we are sorry for lying to the world till tomorrow? They didn't say they have not even come and owned up that they made a mistake. They never did for once. But still, nobody asked them anything. They just, come on. So all this like making your mistake, doing your stuff because it's America and everybody trades in dollars or everybody has a stake in dollars and everybody has maybe stolen wealth or whatever in dollars. You understand? So if these people decide to seize your dollar or whatever, that means they become poor. So because of that, let's just keep quiet because our wealth are in dollars. So if you talk too much now, they remove the dollars, you become broke. So let's just keep quiet and allow it to be in dollars so that we still remain relevant. So it's just like I said, it's chess game, it's politics. Like just people are so blind because of your hunger, hustle, bills payments, planning for your future. You just sometimes want to look away from all this. Not that it's not there, it's there. So
thank you.
I felt very bad that it happened. Like this is nonsense. When will all these things stop? Because if you don't speak about it, it will get to a time where they will not be the one to be like, I don't like the way your face look one season. I don't like the way you are like this one season. What are you doing? Like this head of drug cartel? Which drug? Cocaine. Cocaine still sell for America. Is cocaine still selling in America?
I'm not even sure. I think amphetamine is the one going on.
Exactly. It's more way you talk about cocaine that cocaine is bad business for anybody because the hassle is too much. We're thinking of small, like as they have AI in IT right now, so they have AI in drugs. Fentanyl is like AI in drugs, like little whatever spreads. You can smuggle is very like invisible drug, whatever. You understand? It's there, spread like whatever. Go to it was one documentary I was watching in Philadelphia. Nearly a whole city shut down with drugs, as in everybody there is drug addict. Everybody there, everybody is, as in when you see like everybody just be standing on the street like a zombie, just there, just standing like a zombie. Where is that drug coming from? Do you think they don't know where that drug is coming from? They know where it's coming from now. Go and talk to them now. You are afraid. It's only one somebody think that he's doing cocaine. How many percent is what is cocaine? What is it? Cocaine they say. Cocaine can only sell in Africa. Yeah, they can afford this Africa. That's where cocaine can sell. Not in America now. America don't upgrade for the drug matter today. So it's just so
Thank you, thank you for coming in. I want to round up, and you came in a bit late. Today there's going to be another show anyway later on. This in today. Thank you for coming in. Let me greet Mino Levision. Thank you, Macanelli. Thank you, Dan Azaya. Today, it's all right. People didn't donate today. I will let you get away with it because people are spending all your money on New Year party and everything. So it's okay. I also noticed that they donated a lot in Dr. Damage's session, so that is good. So I'm not going to complain too much. Chikezie Bartholomew, thank you for joining us. Aladdin Kelly, thank you for joining us. I see you there. I appreciate you all on the chat, even if Bad Bele follow you, but it's all right. Dan Azaya, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us here. Who else is there that I've not mentioned? Wananka. Thank you for joining us, Wananka. Chi, I see you there too. Thank you for being in the chat and supporting. Golden Arc Records, thank you for joining us. I think I may want to give the best chat person an award. I think Macanelli and who else is fighting for that one? Macanelli might actually win it because he's often very regular, but Bele, but still, he's quite regular. Who else is there? Let me see. Wanaka, I've seen Wanaka. Tapayo is also there. Pansat was here. Thank you for joining us. And then Jenjem, okay, that's just in Jenjem Media. Macanelli, who else did I see there? Ife Lee. Often you came in to the backstage, but your camera wasn't on, so I couldn't bring you on stage for you to be able to speak. Queen TA, I see you there. Thank you for being in the chat and supporting the channel. But why? I see you there too. Tracy Jacobin, always there. Thank you. And Queen TA is also there. I've said that. Mel Vishem. Thank you for joining us, Mel Vishem. That sounds like a Jewish name, actually. Mel Vishem. Yep, I think I've managed to say most of them already, and I appreciate you all. I'm not Bad Bele. Look at that. Hey, you're not Bad Bele. So yeah, I probably will give somebody an award for being a very, very, just to motivate the chat people not to be so abusive of me, particularly me. So you can't don't be abusing me too much. It's just this type of abuse is just getting out of control. And so I'll find a way to give you guys an award to just keep you guys a little bit more, less wild, not be coming after me regularly. All right. So I didn't have enough time to put the Yoruba culture bits together. I'm going to look to do that tomorrow or today, later on today. But I'm just going to play a short one that will just, send us off for today. But we are going to carry on very, very short. One lady singing, and for today while I close out. So till next time, I'll catch you guys. Bye.
Ayérayé Olódùmarè ọba mi gbangba yípo padà ọba mi gbangba lára òjò wìnìwìnì balẹ̀ gbogbo ilẹ̀ á sì tutù bí ejò òwúrọ̀ mọ́ṣẹ́ bá Ẹlẹ́dùmarè.